check. It's been a while since I've done this. What's going on? Roll call right quick. I see you. Lydian Master, how my levels are sounding. Zach Rowley, what's up? What's up? TG Ball, ready for games calm. Salute, salute. Ghost Fixer, what's going on? Uh-oh, Strange Love in here. Talking that Dark Avenger stuff. No doubt. Salute, salute, salute. Dark David Hot Raw. Salute, brother. Thank you. $20 super chat. It's the Lord's Day, y'all. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's go. A little tired, but we're going to make it happen. Dip down in the building. Salute. No more Oscar. He's ready for the bills. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Cruz, what's going on? Zach, what's going on? I see you. I think that's Gentle Stone. Sounding clear, Chris. Thank you for the mic check. Acknowledgement. I appreciate it. The rest of the Lord's up in him. Yes, Lord Beefy has come down and blessed you. Shout out to Matthew Ash in the realm. Salute. We're going to get the rest of the Lords up in here. Have some fun. Great topics. Yeah, I'm rested from before, but I'm still tired. Oh man, that's a lot going on, y'all. A lot going on. You already know what he said. That ain't never been here this early. I'm mad tired. Yeah. Shout out to Shipborn. Beer out in the hot summer. Okay. No doubt. You know, the Game Pass on the Steam Deck. OLED, eating good. Oh yeah, you doing good. I'm pocket watching. Doing good over there. All right, so we're going to get the rest of the Lords up in here. Have some fun, some good topics, some bars, and we back.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just keep
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and you know, we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and you know, we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we... I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, let's see. These mics are hot. Mic checking and all that. What's going on, King? Make sure that level.
See, y'all like the mic directly in front of me.
Yeah, you got to get up on that, son.
Weird pause. It is too early, and I didn't get any sleep, bro.
It's way too early for that.
I've been up for like 2 days, bro.
Word.
This is crazy.
You get lagging sleep, addict. What's up,
Yes.
man? What's that camera, man? We don't get no addict. What's going on, man?
Hey, I'll turn it on in 1 second.
I don't know. You
naked.
gotta get. Yo.
People are doing stuff in my room.
Oh, they throwing stuff.
Somebody else's.
Somebody else.
I'm just
No.
Been in my bed.
See, you wonder why our chat's the way our chat is. Like,
You the one that said it's something people going on in your room.
yeah.
I don't know what you got going on over there.
He said full disclosure.
Full disclosure. A lot of people running around.
People run around in my room. I gotta have the lights out.
Y'all can't see that. Hear ye. And we are live. And welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC. Thank you, Chris, for reminding me. I didn't say that last week. And LordsOfGaming.net. And this is episode number 364. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got TangoGameworks is saved by Xbox and Krafton. Big Xbox game coming to PS5, King.
That's rumors. You gotta put rumors
you
at the end of that. Ain't nobody repping that. Like, who repping that? It's a game going. Nobody said anything until they said it.
Yeah.
They got another business meeting.
FinalFantasy16 to Xbox, definitely going to happen.
That's another rumor.
Oh, it's a rumor? Oh, this one? Okay.
See, I gotta keep.
You standing on business. Okay,
They're gonna come for me. I gotta keep the same energy.
Okay, I see.
I can't be telling them keep the same energy and I don't. Right?
Fair enough.
You know what's funny? When I was making titles, I had made sure to put the question mark with Forza Horizon 5 coming to PlayStation, but that PlayStation's losing all its games coming to Xbox. King, why don't they got no question mark?
Ain't no question about that's happening.
Listen, you in control of all of that. That's not me. And dudes be coming at me like, "Oh, you clickbaiting." I said, "It ain't me. That's Addict."
You throw them under the bus with it. You be co-signing the title.
I co-sign everything. Listen, it'd be Addict that make it, and I'll be like, "Yeah."
That's that front line. And DragonAge Veilguard to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce we are missing one. We can't disclose.
No, you gotta really send your.
All right, that's what. Okay, that's what. Am I allowed?
No. Yeah. Today, that's real. That's real.
Yeah, send some love to the sovereign. Going through it under the weather. But I can't. Should I even? Because at Wukong, I don't even know if I should say. Wukong scared people. You know, Wukong said that I can't say what it is.
Yeah, we under NDAs.
We under NDAs. Wukong?
Yeah, man.
I don't even know.
Are you under NDA when you pre-order? I'm just saying.
I'm being I don't want them to come for me, son. The government is real over there. They say keep China name out your mouth and anything else out your mouth. We not doing that over here. So I can't say what happened to Saul, but send some love to Saul. He be going through some stuff.
He had a situation with a number 19.
With a not a 19-year-old, but okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because the way you flipped it.
No, 19 is of age, bro.
Okay, true that. You're right. I was doing.
I mean, you just sliding through, but
yeah. I can't. Anyway, so let's introduce the remaining horsemen of the realm. My goes with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spade Clap, and the Howl of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back from the arena. See you arena moving out here.
Yeah, I played. I'm probably about 8-9 hours into Kina.
Ooh.
I have to like. It's a fun game, man. I think that when it comes to, I still feel that the world could be more alive with, especially.
You're in them trees,
no, it's still an issue. Like I'll be sitting here, the wind will be blowing and the trees be still as hell.
Yo,
man.
I never forgot when we watched that preview and you were going in on that background. That was bad funny, but you come a long way now.
I'm coming around on the game, but it's still there needs to be some more wind going on, man. Like
I watched him play yesterday, and it was pretty good.
The part that like will kill me is like it will literally be like there'll be stuff blowing in the wind, and them trees are still as hell.
It'd be bad stiff. Got the old school joints. So how far you got pretty far?
I beat the first major boss in like my third attempt. Like, and people in the chat say, "Oh, this dude's gonna give you some issues." That I beat him on like second, third attempt.
Smoke.
Well, the thing is like they mess you up a little bit on frame dodging, which is pretty much like dodging right at the perfect time where it doesn't hit you. The timing for Kina isn't as big as other games, like like Elden Ring, from software games in general. People are like, "Oh, you're supposed to parry." Nah, we ain't with the parrying life. I don't parry. So because you have a shield that you bring up. And after trying to like perfect that time like 3 or 4 times, I'm like, yeah, we good on that.
Shield time.
I'd rather not be there when the attack happens than be there and have to rely on parry.
All right. Fair enough. So just been rocking that joint this week.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play it a little bit more this week. People, it's interesting. People are trying to get me to play Wukong, and I'm just like,
be careful.
I keep telling people, I can't. Like Elden Ring,
PlayStation?
No, it's not even that. I don't care about that. It's just like I'm trying to stay away from like intense boss games right now because my anxiety's been through the roof here lately.
Yeah, I'm so.
That's kind of crazy, man. Because I look towards you as a difficult game conqueror, and I was like, I really, honestly, seriously, because you don't remember when you was clowning me. You don't remember? He was like, yeah, it's coming out on the 20th. And I was like, so it ain't coming out for me. And you was like, I'm not holding myself back. I don't care what Xbox doing. It's coming out. I've been waiting for this game. It's coming about. And
I have never screamed to the top of anything for Black Wukong. So I have no clue what you're talking about.
I'm going to bring up the tape. I'm going to get the
bring it up, write it down, take a picture. You ain't
going to find it. For this
I'm going to get the Kabatsu. Kabatsu, that guy. Kabatsu.
Kabatsu, hit the tape. Hit the footage.
That's right. And
not one time on Twitter have I hyped this game up, on ILP have I hyped this game up. Now, I might have told you I wouldn't wait for a game I want to play, but in no way, shape, or form did I say, I'm this particular game I'm not going to wait for.
You distancing yourself from this one.
Yeah, no, it's just...
After part 2 of the game is probably unplayable, but
No, when I see Wukong, I've just never been interested, like
really?
at all. Like,
I never remembered that. Wow,
I'm super interested in that game.
Yeah, I'm not saying sooner or later I might try it out, but it's just like right now it's just not on. It's not on my to-do list. Like,
interesting. I never knew that. No doubt.
If you go back and look at like when the game showed up, I think one year when we were doing a reaction, the game showed up and I made a sandwich.
Yo,
like it's just the game is never like. Now I will admit, like seeing some of like the aesthetics of the boss fights, they look appealing,
crazy,
but it's just like, okay, there was one like where you're fighting this giant what I don't know what it was, in like a pool of blood that looked cool, but it's just like nothing about this game like is appealing to me where I got it, I need it now. Now down the line I might try it, but right now, I literally yesterday, I went and looked at like the games that are coming out. This is where I don't understand people saying that games this year sucked.
Yeah, it's tons of stuff to play, yo.
Like you literally got Wukong coming out in 2 days. Then you got Concord. Okay, I'll skip that one. Concord. Then next week you have Visions of Mana, Star Wars Outlaws coming out on Thursday and Friday. The week after that, the casting of Frank Stone, Stalker 2, and Astrobot comes out.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. We at the end of August already.
Well, it might not be Stalker 2. I think that's in November. And then the week after that, you got Dead Rising. And then the month after that, you have like multiple times in that month that games, like multiple games are coming out. You got the Dragon Ball Sparkling and the Metaphor game, which I don't know how I'm going to handle that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize both of those games come out the same day.
Yeah, that's crazy. Metaphor got a big following.
The same month, DragonAge comes out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you got that, and then you got Assassin's Creed, like 2 weeks after that, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and then 2 days after that, Dragon Quest 3, and the week after that, Stalker 2 comes out. Like,
wow, crazy, Murderous Row.
So that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to like,
thank God for Game Pass.
No, people making fun. No, I'm definitely playing Astrobot. I really like the first one.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
So yeah,
the
like,
GPU.
Yo, my hands is in the air. Son.
What happened now?
Said Black Myth, I'm not standing with that dude. I'm not standing with that dude. And he said, yo, but that Astrobot
that's like his vein though. That's like his Nintendo style vein.
So you can't hold me back.
So I would actually say my opinion, because I play these From Software games, actually stands more. Did you beat Elden Ring, King?
Yes.
Did you beat the DLC, King?
I actually no. I'm just running around doing squirrel stuff. You know how I do. I walk around and I'd be like, "Ooh, squirrel," and go touch something else. You ain't got to dictate when I got to finish my game. My enjoyment of the game is not predicated on me finishing the game now or later. I don't care if you finished it first. That's your business. You stream. I don't stream. I just make videos.
King buys stuff just to post it on Twitter.
That's right.
We got this.
That's right. It's keep my name out your mouth.
And bad people hit you up about Fortnite. That's what I keep saying.
That screenshot, he goes right back to
Fortnite. He back on that Fortnite. I know that because I see people on Twitter like, yo, I jumped in King's game. He's the realest. We've been playing. We've been rocking. I'm like, yeah, he go hard with this Fortnite. You a Fortnite main fam? Like, it's not even a question.
The reason I don't want to jump on Fortnite like that is because I already gave like half my gaming life to Destiny, and I'm not trying to do that to another games as a service ever again.
I'm right back at it, bro. And you know what's crazy? Oh, I'll wait till I get to my point, but I'm right back at that, bro.
No doubt. So that's been it, Addict?
Yeah, that's it.
No doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer. Ooh. The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and has ascended to the one of the Xbox platform movement. Ooh. Beloved Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. It was a great weekend. I saw Aliens Romulus.
All right.
And full disclosure, if no one knows, it's a direct sequel to the first one. And it falls in timelines of the other ones. You will have to figure out the timelines, how it falls into it. I'm not going to give that or divulge that up. But it has a direct anchor to the first movie. Now, I'm not letting the cat out the bag, because if you are an Aliens fan, you understand the name Romulus actually means something.
Actually, I kind of want to play it, King, because I've watched the Alien movies, but I have literally no idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's cool. See, I grew up on them, so those are classic 70, because it came out in 79. So it's classic 70s horror, and it's been able to weather the ups and downs of the franchise, right? So a lot of people were upset with certain aspects of this movie. And I saw one dude say woke, right? And yes, it is the most diverse cast that they've had. I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, I'm not going to chalk that up to somebody with an agenda. There wasn't no pronouns there. It wasn't none of that stuff going on there. Like, it was so organic in how they've done it. And I want you guys to understand, Ripley was the main protagonist in the series. So strong females have always been in movies. So if you have a strong female in a lead now, it's not woke. It's just she's written into the role. Now, whatever else goes into that is whatever. But the movie was such a classic to me because it did so much with so little, and it was so creative with what it had to offer. Because it really couldn't break too much ceiling here, and it really couldn't break too much ceiling here, and it had to operate in a margin that made sense in the timeline, but to keep the timeline going. Because we remember the last Prometheus movie, the protagonist was going to the home world of the architects, or those that made the architects. So we know how that thing goes. But movie's fantastic. I highly recommend it. I'm gonna try to get with the Lords this week to do that R&R off of Deadpool.
Yeah,
to make it happen.
that was supposed to been happen. I forgot about that joint. Yeah, that was supposed to been happen.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward to Black Myth Wukong Tuesday on my Steam. You know, so I got my NCXT.
You know the build now.
Yeah, my high price butters. You know, so I'm listening. I'm going to be gaming at the highest fidelity, and I'm going to be gaming on the greatest controller. You know, they've set forth for us. You know, the Starfield. You know, the exclusive controller. We got that. So we're going to do that. And I was playing Fortnite this week.
What's going on now? What they do now? How many they got? They broke up the world. They got what they got now. That game never stopped.
Yes, season 4 started, and it started on the 16th. They got the Avengers, and it's like the season of Doom. So Dr. Doom is there with his Doom bots. They're all over the place, and you got so many different weapons, like War Machine weapons and Captain America's shield. Captain America's shield is literally the most OP weapon in the damn game. It has such a high durability rating. Like when they're shooting it, you can literally block, charge, throw, flip, move out of the way, and kill. And if anybody's seen any of my videos that I put up, and I got a couple of more, all I did was run and go get War Machine's minigun tracker, a jetpack, Captain America's shield, and if I happen to beat Doom, takes Doom's gauntlet or a pistol, and I will win. I will definitely.
That's the logo.
Yo, it's out of control. Is because for every scenario, if y'all look at those videos that I put up, it is so beastie what you can do with it, and it's not the same game that was on the 15th.
They keep changing. I have to admit, they keep evolving it.
Yeah.
And they do not stop with the evolution. There's always something going on with that game, man. I cannot front. It changed the industry. It's still on top. Crazy.
Because it doesn't allow itself to take itself that seriously as, you know, how high it is rated and, you know, how much numbers is moving. It always keeps itself humble, like it's fighting from last place or something, but is a first place, you know, a game on everybody's platform, which is nuts. Because, you know, we're all casuals, you know. Yeah, we're all casual. I'm a filthy casual.
You are ridiculous. That's been it, sir?
Yes, sir.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to a lot of people there. Oh, shout out to KSRT and the joint out there. Oh, he in Holland. That's Gamescom crew. I see Riskit in there going from Spain to Gamescom. A lot of people traveling and all that. All right. I see y'all. You already know. And of course, we got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to the final dude. We just talking that Tango. Maddie's hilarious. He don't like seeing McDonald's ads on his dashboard, and we. I was instigating. He's getting real tight.
I never understood why people get upset over that.
Oh, like, he do not like that.
I don't even like.
Yeah, his Xbox got a McDonald's ad.
Not his, but I think
they will throw up. They will.
Oh, you seen them? I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, I've seen them pop up before.
Really? I haven't seen no.
I only seen Call of Duty though. That's
the
all
only time that I feel is a little bit okay is when they have the big one pop up that they're like, oh, you know, try out Call of Duty. And
yeah,
like,
that's what I said. Yeah.
Like, I don't mind that because you just press B and
they're
just showing you games that you might want to play.
That's what I said.
But at the same time, I can understand where it's like they really shouldn't be advertising games to you like that when you pay for their consoles.
Yeah, that's what his thing is like. You know, I don't mind he don't mind if they do the pop up. Yo, Call of Duty's in Game Pass, and then you press B, whatever. This joint is not of a pop up, but it's like, you know, when you get to your home screen, and then in the corner, it'd be like, yo, that Whopper though, that Big Mac is outside.
I don't care about stuff like that because 9 times out of 10, I'm in that dashboard for like 2.2
seconds. That's me. Like, but his point is like, yo,
I don't even see them unless I look for them.
So he said, he said, if I pay for Ultimate, I'm technically supposed to be the ad-free premium. I don't need to see that.
Where's that font at? I ain't never seen that.
Yeah, that's what he said. He paid.
But they don't say that though. That's about it.
So I said, well, maybe they're experimenting with a free tier, and then eventually they're gonna do that. But yeah, he was in his bag with that.
But I bet you if he popped up there, click this, you get a free Big Mac, he wouldn't be complaining.
He not about it. He's like, yo, don't be throwing no food on my gaming console. He's like, if it's games, he good, but whatever. It was a funny argument. It was absolutely hilarious.
I can see both ends of that argument.
I can,
right?
Yeah,
but they got to find a way for people that don't want that, to pay that extra to exclude themselves from that type of advertisement.
And then also, what's that bag that McDonald's dropping for that space?
Yeah.
That bag got to be crazy.
You'll be a fool not to have advertisements on your consoles. I mean, you're in the digital space, so of course they're going to target you. You're sitting down at the house, maybe you over
where is enough though? When we throw the joint on and see Alice is in the
here's the thing. What is more,
yo, that new Viagra's out.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Viagra, they know you're buying habits.
Hey.
All right.
You gotta put up the pride alert for me, man.
Why? What happened?
Okay, hold on. I got you. Hold on.
To me, Maddie, you gotta sit your ass. You can't run a YouTube channel where they force pop-ups on your stuff to pay you, but then look at someone else that's doing the same thing in a less intrusive way.
Don't do my man like that.
YouTube. On YouTube, it pops up the whole screen. They won't let you watch that video till you watch 5 seconds of that thing. So how you gonna sit here and look at that and be like, we ain't letting no one have no advertisement back?
I guess for him, he said, I paid for this console. I paid for this service. In his mind, he got the ad blocker. You know how we play YouTube Premium, so we don't see it? In his mind, he gave Xbox they $20. He don't want to see no food.
Maddie, the kind of dude mad because he can't have ad blocker on his Xbox.
Oh, you got to show. You got to leave my man alone. We ain't doing that to find a dude.
You can't assume something to be a fact or something how you want it to be without it being written. See, I automatically thought that was the next frontier, to be honest with you.
It's interesting. It was a funny debate. He was when that happened about it. I got to give him that.
Okay, you know where he lost that argument?
When?
Crazy Taxi. Crazy Taxi had sponsorships from Doritos, from fast food restaurant.
That's a gray area because it's in game. Remember. Yeah, if you remember, King, remember when 360 first came out? They had Burger King games. Remember you had to go to Burger King and get exclusive games?
Yeah, I have that disc.
I think I still got some of them joints. Yeah, I think I got the original one of Sneak King. It was called like Sneak King or something crazy.
It's like, look, I understand, why people get frustrated with that, but to me, I'm not gonna lose sleep. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm gonna bring it up.
Bro, keep your McDonald's off my console. He was in his bag, son. Like, yo, man, I ain't go for. I never see him that hot. It was. I just let him go. It was dope. It was dope.
He's in the contradictory bag. That's where he was.
I gotta watch that.
Shout out to Donald Tango. He said Sneak King was high key fire. I was collecting them joints. I ain't gonna hold you. So shout out to that. Shout out to the last word. Didn't get a chance to rock because of all my travel, but hopefully be back in the mix. As far as gaming, Path to the Goddess, man. Like I said, I started New Game Plus. Just want to knock out some other stuff there
to get the real ending, right?
Right, but also there's some other achievements that I do want to get. I don't know if I'm 100% it, but there's some that are easily attainable, and it forces you to. It doesn't force you to replay, but if you replay it and unlock these challenges, you get more power. And I want to max my stuff out. I want to see how it is when I'm all my villages, all my classes are maxed out.
Didn't you say there's like a secret ending locked behind that? Though?
Yeah.
That's whack. That's whack.
Why you have to say it like that? Yo, the joint that you like, did they have that? Yeah, your joint's whack. How you gonna do my game like that?
That's whack.
Yeah, the joint you love, everything you love, your joint is whack.
No, but my thing is like, don't lock secret endings behind playing my game again. Like that, I hate that stuff, man. It's like
it was another game that did that.
I don't even mind if like there's certain like decisions a certain way. Like there was Triangle Strategy had it to where you had to like play the game in a certain order, like certain decisions to get the true ending. I think they called it the golden path to get that ending. That makes sense, but it's like Yeah, fam, you played my game multiple times. If you
Well,
want
that's
that.
the same thing that was with the original Metroid. Remember, she takes off her helmet.
Spoiler.
And she takes off. Spoiler, but that's,
Mad
if I'm spoiling it now, you was never a fan.
never said anything
Project
positive about
Aries
Nier
on your head.
Automata.
He said, "Cat addict like near Automata."
And guess what? Guess what? I got you. I got you straight in my. We talked about this last week, and I brought that up as an example of games I don't like that they do. Go look at all my gamer tags. I ain't
They
never
got you in
beat that
4K.
game. I ain't never played that game. I knew the moment I saw that, I was like, "Nah, I'm good."
I'm gonna find something you love, and I'm gonna be like, "Yo, that joint is whack."
You'll never find a game that I play more than once half the time.
I'm gonna find one. We gonna document this, chat. We gonna document this. Remember this. He came at Path of the Goddess. He came at my heart, and I'm gonna find something he loved. And I'm like, "Yep, you did that. You played it again, and it was whack."
I played multiple times. Very few games.
Anyway, so doing that, and got back to Still Wakes the Deep. Got to finish that, and
it's a cap rescinded.
Cap. Oh, he pulled his head back. He don't want to smoke. He said, "Nah, I'm good." He said, "You got that, big dog."
He pulled his smack back. You know how when they smack you with the white glove? He's like, "Oh, my bad, son."
Yeah. That's the jail where they challenge. I challenge you to a duel.
Challenge.
Slapped you. That's when the French dude come out with the gloves. Salute. So that, and then shout out to HF Studios. Let them cook. They got a new update. Been rocking that beta, doing that, whatever. But I want to shout out real quick. Video Games Critics Circle, man. I want to send some love, man. They doing some real good things in the community, and basically giving kids like a fundraiser as far as like scholarships, and then basically through the month of August, they're doing this Play with Purpose classes, and the proceeds help them get like into journalism and game writing classes and stuff like that, internship stuff like that. So I want to just, give us a little signal boost for New York Games Critics Circle. They're really doing great things in the community. So again, if you choose, you can choose to contribute, donate, get kids into gaming, man. They got great programs, they got stuff going on. And I was out there. I want to send some love because I was out there. I had to send some love to the kids. And basically, who was there? Brass Lion Studios, okay?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, Brass Lion Studio was in the building. So basically, it's a New York studio built from the ground up. They built right around. Oh, I can't say it because Wukong said I can't say what the virus was. But, right around that time. And in New York. And basically, they was teaching us and the kids like how it is to create a studio from ground up, and then allowing them to ask questions and stuff like that. We had the audio designer there, stuff like that. A lot of people. It was really dope. So I gotta salute them, and they didn't reveal what the game was.
Right.
Get this, kid. Action RPG, anime art style, cooperative, and I'm just saying somebody. Just Blaze? Just Blaze? His wife is on the team. So I got my theories, but I'm just going to leave it at that. I got my theories on what that game is. Hey, I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying.
Listen,
action RPG, anime style with the co-op. Well, I'm just saying.
I can surmise from that whole thing.
Said everything but say the name. I ain't saying nothing. But
King out here doing things. He speculating.
I wasn't there. I just went off of what you just said.
I was there for the kids.
Yo, listen, you gave me this. I can't help it if I'm Sherlock Holmes and you gave me the notes and was like, yo. He said, hey, Watson. There was a bloody glove, a spoon, and a ladle inside the kitchen. Who killed him? The butler.
Just Blaze.
So I guess I would go off the same mindset that because I know like right now whether or not like leaking stuff's back in the news.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. I'm out here going viral for stuff too.
That.
I don't want that smoke. I said one thing, they was all over me in Paris. I was like, Jesus, it was crazy. But I'm not. Look, all jokes aside, but like, so see that stuff like that, to see a studio come in is really dope. So again, if you have anything in your heart for the kids, I put the link in there. New York Game Critics Circle. They really teaching kids about game journalism and then learning about the industry and trying how to get in the industry. And it's super dope to see the city do that. So again, if you want support to that, to try to reach their goal, it would be greatly appreciated. Other than that, let's get some super chats, Addict. Let's get some super chats up in here, man.
crank it up.
Yeah, y'all see, y'all act different with Soft here. I see how that was Soft in here, boy.
Why are you crying? You gonna go outside?
Oh, man.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Mute your mic, kid. Mute your mic. Stop disciplining your kids live.
It's the Lord's Day, y'all.
We out here don't be beating your kids on this.
Oh my God! It's dogs, and nobody beat.
We didn't know it was a dog. We didn't know it was that. It could have been a child.
Right there.
That sounded like a child.
No, it didn't. Stop playing with me. Right, Coco.
I'm trying to get him canceled.
Mute your mic so I can read super chat. Damn it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Coco, they trying to say that you're a real human.
I don't know. Coco sound like that child.
Coco said, "I'm a real girl. I'm a real girl." I'll be right back.
Good.
We got a $20 super chat from David Hartright. It's the Lord's Day, y'all. Let's go. I appreciate that $20.
Salute.
We got a member chat from Spectra799. He's been a member for 4 months. Shout out to the legends at the Lord's table. Much love, brother. We got a $2 super chat from Dr. Strangelove. Sorry, y'all. I gave Saab a case of freaky pox.
Hey, yo, he said freaky pox?
Freaky pox.
Wow.
We got a $5 super chat from Danny Passion Official. I finished Kenna 3 days ago. A decent game to me. Let's see who can notice the difference.
Okay.
I'm curious what he means by that. Okay.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
We got a $2 super from Wimpy. Hi, King Boo Boo.
Hey, King.
Hey, King Boo Boo.
Yeah, he missed it.
That was a Forte thing.
That was a Forte thing for sure.
$5 special from Project Aries has replaced a copper knop. I'm waiting for that one. Probably wait for more info at this point, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
$2 strip from Panic is Boss. Finally got to Resident Evil 4 remake. The graphics insane on the Xbox Series X. I was streaming that, but I dropped it. I might play that on my own time at this point because it was really good. It was really good.
It's fire.
$2 strip from Hollywood Rules. Romneus was really good back to horror roots. That's the movie we were just talking about. Got another $5 strip from Wimpy. Strong females don't equal woke. Bad writing equals woke. Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
$5 super chat from Project Aries. Can Wulong run on the Gateway PC with a refurbished Bluetooth graphics card, 16 megabytes of RAM,
Hey, yo.
64 megabytes of hardware, running Windows Me?
Windows Me. Wow. That man took it back.
TCL monitor.
That man running with the Comp USA joint. That's crazy.
Got a
Back in the
$2
day.
super chat from Wimpy. Love you, Lord Beefy.
Salute. Beefs in the building.
Yeah, we got a
beefy
members
emotion.
chat from Fonz. Been a member
salute.
for 39 months. It's the Lord's Day.
Fonzarelli,
Got
what's
another
going on,
member
baby?
chat from Bunty. It's been a member for 36 months. You get that one.
Oh, wait, who? Bunty?
Why? Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Iron
Wait, yeah,
Lords.
damn. Oh, there you go. Wagwan, Iron Lords, enough respect. We'll listen later. Big up them on them. Bo.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm too white to say that. $5 super chat from Zip Davis.
Sip the drip.
King, we know Kong must die and no Diddy, but it's okay to still like Diddy Kong. Ooh wee.
Zip be doing the most. Zip be doing the most.
$2 super chat from Wimpy. Addict spitting. Don't stop him.
Okay.
They definitely stop me. $10 super chat from the Black Kaiji. What's up, Lords? Sending love that continue for my birthday, and I appreciate the Lords and all the work y'all do. And again, Cog, thanks again.
Much love. Health is wealth. You already know. You know the vibes. You know the vibes. We staying healthy out here. And, happy born day to you on your birthday, man. Salute. You already know.
Got a $5 super chat from Don Utaku. My new addiction is Bouchero. It's that card game. I probably butchered it. We're going to move past that, though. I'm late to it, but I put in 26 hours in the last 4 days. It's such a simple concept that's so much in depth, I can't stop. Don Otaku, will that game teach me how to play poker? Because I really need to know. $2 super chat. Oh, won't? Okay. $2 super chat from Dr. Strangelove. I don't want to see any Final Fantasy 16 hate today, Addict. You might want to come back later. Then we got, because there will definitely be some six. If 16's on the docket, there will be hate from me coming from it. Yeah, $5 super chat from Danny Passion Official. The difference is the official is back. Addict reading skills.
Alright, official. He's back. Let's go. Salute. Speaking of who's back, got my man One Bad Mother in the round. Let's get a mic check. How we doing?
Real quick, King. Wimpy said
Wimpy.
Yeah, Wimpy said, "Hey, King Boo Boo."
Yeah, he tried to take Forte's spot.
Who the hell is Wimpy?
I don't know, some dude named
We got a
Creepy.
$10 super chat from Wimpy that says, "Just wanted to say I love y'all."
Oh, salute.
Thank you. Oh, I love you too. Hey, Wimpy, stop that.
Bad brother. Let's get a mic check, brother. How we doing?
Keep it going, Wimpy. Anything to make King uncomfortable.
Addict, be quiet. I need a mic check. I need a mic check.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you. Yes, there we
sir.
go.
All
Okay,
right,
I just
there we
want to
go.
make sure we are good. How you feeling, man? It's been a minute. Good to see you.
It's been a few minutes, man. Thanks for
Yeah.
inviting me back for the cameo.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I want to know why you got 2 stream decks in the background.
I'm trying some things.
You out here doing some technical stuff right now.
Complicated things.
Really complicated. That man making things happen, man. He making
right.
things happen. No doubt. So we good on the super chats there, Addict?
Yeah.
All right, no doubt. So let's get to the poll question. Last week's poll results are in. The people have spoken. With the inside reporting of marathon sentiment currently not being great, what do you think is the best course of action for Bungie to succeed as a studio? The winner of the 4-way ILP poll at 41% of the vote was We Want Executive Accountability Group. Coming for the top. In second place, 27%, Sony must refocus Bungie Group. In third place at 20%, Marathon needs to be free to play. And in last place at 10%, prioritize Destiny first. So they want executive accountability. Let's get one bad brother. I'm gonna get his feelings on the whole Bungie situation.
So yeah, man, the Bungie situation. So earlier later last generation, we got to see Sony make one of the best purchases in gaming ever, and then they got to follow that up with the worst purchase in gaming, at least in the last decade, it looks like. So, but as far as like rolling them into Sony and everything else like that, I think right now on the path they've been on, and they've been struggling. You know, they struggled with Activision Blizzard. They've been struggling being left alone. I think that at the end of the day, this is probably the right thing for the hope of the company, and we'll see what happens. But when it comes to live service games, I think it's going to be interesting because I think you guys have mentioned it before, but like, who's going to save the savior in this case, right? They were brought in, they were brought in to really uplift Sony and their gas initiatives, their multiplayer initiatives, and now that Sony's taking them back to kind of take care of them, it's like it makes you kind of wonder how the rest of that's going to go. And unlike a lot of people, I really don't think Sony's going to stop focusing on the multiplayer, on the gas stuff. I think that's still got to be a priority for them because that's just where the industry's going. I mean, you look at every trend is, more. Everybody's projecting that free-to-play is going to be a bigger piece of the gaming pie in the future, and we see what's happening with Black Hole Games. So it's just going to be interesting to see what happens because I do think that together they got to figure out something, and get that on the track.
Yeah, we see what happens. The people want executive accountability. So we're going to get into these topics. Oh, actually, a couple super chats that came through. Let me take care of these. We highlighted the ones we did already at it. I just want to make sure. We did Daddy Passion already up. And then we said Gwimpy. Okay, he said just $10. He said he just want to say he loves y'all. Then we got Crimpy again, $2 super chat. You can't stop the Thunder King. I'm a warrior. You can't stop his love. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me it's gonna be the easy way or the hard way? That's what you're saying, right? All right.
Can't stop his love.
We're gonna double up on security. All right. No longer just worrying about strange love and Halo reach around.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
Next time we outside, there's gonna be 3 people within grabbing distance key, and the fourth one's gonna be Wimpy.
We got a new challenger.
I know mine because mine would tell me, could you gladly give me $5 a day for a hamburger Tuesday or something?
Classic.
Something whatever Wimpy says.
Classic.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
For a hamburger today.
Yeah.
So let's get to these topics, y'all. So this is what we missed. This was last week because we were live, and it actually came after we were live. Normally we go to
like 2 hours after.
2 hours after.
Who leaks something on a Sunday? Let us have a break.
On a day off. But yeah, shout out to Krafton acquires TangoGameworks and Hi-Fi Rush IP after Xbox previously had planned to close the studio. So we're gonna check out the official Krafton statement. So they say they're strengthening their global presence through strategic integration of TangoGameworks and Hi-Fi Rush IP. And they announced it. They said the move that they said they welcomed the talented people of TangoGameworks to their team, marking an exciting moment in the gaming company's global expansion and its first significant investment in the Japanese video game market. This strategic move will include the rights to TangoGameworks' acclaimed IP Hi-Fi Rush. And then they said they bloviate about how positive it was, all the accolades and the awards it got. And they said as part of this strategic agreement, Krafton intends to collaborate with Xbox and ZeniMax to ensure a smooth transition and maintain continuity at TangoGameworks, allowing the talented team to continue developing the Hi-Fi Rush IP and explore future projects. It says Krafton intends to support the TangoGameworks team to continue its commitment to innovation and delivering fresh experiences to its fans. There will be no impact on the existing game catalog of Evil Within 2, Ghostwire Tokyo, and the original Hi-Fi Rush. They just talk about more about the integration. There was also an article, I believe, shout out to PC Gamer. He talked about the actual staff. And they said about half, 50 in total, of Hi-Fi Rush developer TangoGameworks staff will be taken on by new publisher Krafton. So I believe maybe that was like the 50 development people who were remaining, you know what I'm saying, as far as that concerned. And I guess the concern is whether or not the rest had either left the industry after the situation had happened or not. So this was the one that broke a lot of energy in the realm. Let's start with Attic first. I'm curious. Now that the dust has settled, people were very upset about Tango being closed. How are you feeling about this situation now?
I guess when it comes down to it, this is the best case scenario that could have happened. Mm-hmm. And as much as I would personally like Microsoft to have picked up the reins, the fact of the matter, it wasn't going to happen. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather Hi-Fi Rush at least maintain being around than it just getting shut down. Because I do feel like that franchise has potential, and I'm glad that it's able to continue being in production. What I will say is it's interesting that they chose not to sell them. I don't know if it's from the Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo. I don't know if Microsoft wasn't interested in selling it or the company wasn't interested in buying it, or I think probably that company was just interested in Hi-Fi Rush. So it's interesting how that went. And the plus, the Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo are unique types of universes. I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of years we see like TV shows and stuff spawn from those ideals. So maybe that's the reason they didn't sell them. But I do find it interesting that because to me, people were saying someone in my chat did bring up a good point though. Because I was like, look, like the only people I could see making the Evil Within is them, is Tango Studio. And someone said, Attic, like just visualize it. Ninja Theory making the Evil Within. And I was like, you know what? You might be on to something. Because I wasn't the biggest fan of Ghostwire Tokyo, but I did want something future with the Evil Within. But it's like I said, this is the better scenario because at least Hi-Fi Rush survived.
Yes, absolutely. Lord King. This was a big one. I remember when the closing went down, you was going to war. They were coming for you. You said they ain't make no bread. You was in your financial bag, corporate king.
And I told you they was shopping them. And dudes was like, that's Cap, King. Is it Cap now? Or is it Capcom? Like I'm just saying.
What we doing?
I'm just saying, like, what are we really doing out here? Are we going to listen to the people that actually put boots on the ground and walk around and talk to people? We're not the type of people, like, the level of integrity that we have is a whole different level. Like, you don't have to tell us we on NDA. You don't have to say, yo, don't say this. We'll ask you ahead of time, can we do this? And if not, it's just not. We don't need to be first. But that I was able to say at that point in time because it already came out.
Right.
So I had already carte blanche to say. I could have said it before, but I didn't. So I already had carte blanche to tell. They were shopping dudes. And I surmised this. I surmised they were just giving away Tango, the studio itself, without any of the IPs. And it was going to keep the Hi-Fi Rush IP, keep Ghostwire Tokyo, and keep The Evil Within. And Krafton said, well, Krafton probably popped out of the blue and said, listen, ain't nobody knocking at your door, bro. Nobody's buying your biscuits. Either you're going to throw them in the trash or you could take this bread for that. But I do like the raisin oatmeal that you do got in the box.
That's Hi-Fi.
Right? That's Hi-Fi. I do like, you know, like everybody like raisin oatmeal. So
give me that Quaker
oatmeal,
Oats. You got that Quaker Oats?
Exactly. So it was like, yo, if you come up off of the raisin oatmeal, we got a deal. He said, all right. But I'm not giving the finger cookies, and I'm damn sure not giving my butter cookies.
No Evil Within, no Ghostwire.
Right. So he said, all right, cool, deal. So all that, this is why you filthy casuals.
Oh Lord.
Y'all sit here trying to act like y'all a $1 trillion company, understanding what really goes on. Well, if I was running them, I would have made sure I kept them. Why? Like, why? If they did the metrics, if you hire people to tell you what's good in your company and what's bad in your company, and you don't listen to those people, what do you think is going to happen to the company? You hire smarter people than you in areas that you don't know to tell you how stuff should be. And they have futurists in the company. So they gave a evaluation of ZeniMax after everything was said and done, right? And that came up, that metrics didn't shake out right. And then they went and looked at the titles that they did have and what happened under their hood, and stuff didn't shake out right. So they left it up to ZeniMax, but ultimately it falls under Xbox, regardless to what, Microsoft. And it went down that way. Sometimes stuff is going to close, like London studios for PlayStation, like Bungie, how it's happening, and like a lot of other companies that don't get to see the light of day. This is the second time Microsoft has actually facilitated the release or sale of a company that they have developed. Yeah, Toys for Bob. And then those people double back and say, I would like to do business with them in the future.
Strategic partnership.
So these things lead you to believe that they said, well, listen, this is not working for us, but it might work for you. If we let you go this way, we can give you per diem work. You can be a 1099 worker. You can still be good. You understand? We don't want to put you on medical and health plans and all that other stuff. But you can do your thing, and we just pay you for your work that you did. That's Toys for Bob's. Krafton, yo, we need to sell them. We love them. We looking for a home for them.
Yeah, they did.
So yeah, if y'all valued it so much, you armchair quarterbacks, why didn't y'all buy them? Why didn't y'all get what y'all did a petition, right? Why didn't y'all do a petition and get a crowdfunding so y'all all could have owned TangoGameworks and y'all all could have chipped in? Exactly.
You're gonna do a GoFundMe for Tango? Exactly. What we doing, King? What are we doing?
I'm just saying. I was so sick and tired of hearing it, right? That it ended up in a great place at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they're with somebody that believes in them, and we all believe that Hi-Fi Rush 2 will come out soon, hopefully, from Tango. And it's definitely going to be multi-plat. It's definitely going to be day and date. They're going to definitely want to recoup whatever money that they put in. But most of all, the devs that did stay, the 50 devs that did stay, have a home. And that's supposed to be championed. And it's also supposed to be championed that Microsoft didn't just change everybody's key code and lock them out the building and just say that's it for it, but also went the extra mile to facilitate a deal. And that's very rare in this industry. Usually you just lock stuff up, close it, and that's it. You know, look at Saber Interactive and stuff like that. You have to look at what's going on in the industry, and you just can't point out one and make an example out of them and don't point out everything that's happening. It's just systemic along the industry. And I just didn't like how like one person was being singled out like they are the bad apple or the bad actor in this, and it was really economics, and they just didn't fall right on the metrics. That's all.
Fair enough, fair enough. One bad mother. We gotta talk to you. OBM, man. What's up? The Tango seems to be saved. How are we feeling now that the dust has settled? What is your assessment of this?
Well, they're half saved, right? Like we, half the studio still did leave before this part of it got purchased.
Yeah.
But in terms of if you were looking for a half to be saved, this is the one that I am the most excited about still having the chance, because kind of going back to one of the things that Attic was talking about, like who would you have make this game or that game? There's certain games that you just really can't hand off to another developer, right? Certain IPs. I think Hi-Fi Rush is one of those that has such a unique personality that you really do want the OG developers who made that working on that, because it would be very difficult just to hand it off to another team unless that team was somebody that was extremely passionate about the IP to begin with. So, which is a hard thing to do with a brand new IP, unlike something that was from the past, like something like a Jet Set Radio. Over a period of time, a bunch of people are going to grow up and become developers that are passionate about that. But so I think this ends up being the best results. And like Microsoft has had a history of trying to not just close some of these studios down. We've seen it in the past, like even previously they spun off. I can't remember who was the small developer that they spun off at the beginning of the Xbox One gen. Made that Local Cycle or whatever that was. I can't remember.
I think I know you're talking about. Yeah. You remember them? Yep.
Yeah, and we saw what they, we saw what they did with Toys for Bob, and that's generally for PR purposes, for business purposes, especially to kind of maintain your standing in the industry with developers and everybody else. Like, it makes the most sense to me. What that says, though, is the fact that this was really the best outcome. Shows really how, unfortunately, how low the value was, right?
That's a good point. That's a great point. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, when you look at the value of companies, it comes down to the IPs and it comes down to the prestige of the actual studio name itself. Generally, the talent, you can just poach the talent. You don't need to buy a studio to go recruit. You could go recruit, John, and say, hey, bring all your best people, and that's another way to do it. But in this case here, they're able to do just that and go ahead and strike up a deal with Microsoft to get that IP so that John and team could, continue to work on that. But yeah, I think that highlights the fact that really, I really do take them at the word that they tried to sell them. They couldn't. It is going to be interesting to see what they do with Evil Within, because that actually, I think, is kind of an underrated IP.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Has a lot of potential, but that is one I could see another team take over. Resident Evil's been around a long time. There's been other types of games in that genre. I think you could bring another team in there, and you could maybe even work with the Capcom or work with one of their teams that's idle or something like that, and try to try something a little bit different within that, because the first two games were kind of different anyways in that series. Right. So
especially when Microsoft themselves said that they're willing to license out IPs to certain people under certain conditions.
Do you guys who do you think's taking? Because I think John's going to take over that studio. It makes the most sense. Like, I feel like there's no other person at this point, because they bought Hi-Fi Rush, so clearly the company that bought them has Hi-Fi Rush at the center of the studio, and he led the development for Hi-Fi Rush, and it has no studio lead right now. Like, I feel like that's probably going to happen.
It's definitely a safe bet, right? I mean, based on where he's at.
It should happen, because that was a risky game, and it actually hit all the marks, well, all the internal metrics, right, Microsoft? But it just didn't do the internal metrics, right, Microsoft? But I'm just saying.
Yo, you stupid. Oh, I see what you. Wow, kid with the rare slander.
No, I don't like them praising somebody and then suspending them.
Right.
right? Don't do it. Like,
Yeah.
it looks really, really bad. You didn't have to say anything. You could have let everybody else praise them, but you jumped in on it. And I'm not singling anybody out because you know they're going to try to attach something to it. It was just sometimes silence is best, right? Especially when you threw up to ZeniMax. I need an evaluation on the staff because we have to cut corners and we have to start letting some people go. And you know that from up top, they tell you you got to cut, and you got to cut from certain divisions. It's just, that's how it goes. And you don't have a say-so, so you just do internal metrics. So when you know you're saying that, you just don't go out praising a certain team, and then you have to cut from there. It just looks really bad.
Well, and especially talking about the metrics, right? Like that was, again, that's another self-inflicted wound. Why do you even got to... Nobody else, Nintendo doesn't tell you, they'll tell you sales when they hit things, and Sony will as well, like when they hit certain milestones, but nobody goes out there and says, hey, they hit every internal metric that we had or exceeded them, things like that. But Microsoft kind of needs to kind of just, and they are stepping back on some of that stuff and get their people on the same page, because obviously one person speaks, doesn't know what's happening behind the scenes. What it looks like they did is after acquiring ABK, they've restructured and they started to look at everything from top to bottom and said, like, what IPs are we working on, and why are we working on these? Why are we spending money working on these IPs when we got all these, idle IPs that are worth, $500 million, $1 billion that are, we're not doing anything with. So they, and that's, unfortunately, I don't think this was a situation where Tango really could have done anything better. I think this is a situation where they bought ZeniMax, and at the time, and I remember Grubb was talking about this, like Arcane and Tango were on the chopping block back before Microsoft.
Yeah.
And they don't really fit into like, and this isn't to like defend them. It's just to understand it, because I was as pissed as everybody else.
Yeah, it was, the streets was hot.
Yeah, I mean, Tango is one of my favorite developers.
Absolutely.
So I like both games, Evil Within and Hi-Fi Rush. So this isn't to defend them, but it does, just kind of understanding the situation. It wasn't like, well, it didn't make enough money, because I hear that a lot. It's like, people talking about, well, then you shouldn't put it on Game Pass. It has nothing to do with that. It really just comes down to the perceived value of the IP and the combination of how they're just this lone studio in Japan,
right?
A small,
like almost like a satellite on the side, like
yeah. It's a small. If this was like a mega studio, if this was From Software, obviously they could sustain themselves all by themselves out in Japan, but there really isn't a support structure for them. In terms of like the collaboration that Microsoft is now
they kind of require, I would say required it, but it seems that a lot of their studios are also like, hey, besides working on the game, you can also help out this team with your tech here, and a lot of development collaboration I'm seeing. Sorry.
No, more than ever. Like, there's stuff that we're finding out now, like with Coalition spinning off and helping out a lot of different studios, with that support studio. And it seems like more than ever, this has been a focus is the collaboration, is probably moving some of their employees from one project to another. When something's ramping up, you kind of move them over here. They're out there in Japan all by themselves. They lost Mikami, right? And he has a lot of the contacts in the industry and has a lot of that pull. So I just think that at the end of the day, it just from a business standpoint, it wouldn't have mattered if Hi-Fi Rush sold twice as much. It still would have been, a AA tier type of IP, right? And that's just kind of like, and I'm not talking about like quality or anything like that, but just really the value, right? Like where's that mind share at? And if the mind share was bigger, they would have been able to sell that. They would have been able to. There would have been a better opportunity to spin them off, like they were able to do for Toys for Bob. So, so yeah. Long story short, to say all that to say that it's great to see that they get a shot, and John's team is really talented, and now they can exist with a certain expectations, and they're not getting lost in all the other bigger high level strategy of Microsoft, right? So they don't have to worry about that anymore. So yeah, it's good for, I think, good for everybody at the end of the day.
No doubt. Yeah, look, shout out to Josh Johannes, man. It was really cool to see his tweet. It's like, we back, baby. You know what I'm saying? We in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Like the old Megatron. I still function. What a bit. Star screen. Like, you know, but yeah, they in the building, man. It was really cool to see that, you know, because again, that was one of the ones that the community just, they couldn't figure Microsoft for that one. And we get it. We get the financial. We get the logistics. We get the everything that King and OBM is saying is valid, right? And it was just one of those, the community kind of felt like, man, you had a hit under your house. And you had, let's be honest, Chai and 808, like you kind of had your first kind of mascot of the generation in a sense, like, you know, in that sense, how viral it went. Now, obviously, you know, I didn't necessarily agree looking back, you know, hindsight 2020 with the shadow drop, because maybe I think that had something to do with, you know, the proper promotion of the game. But look, we all felt they didn't deserve that fate. How critically acclaimed that game was, that game deserved better. So to see them, you know, alive, now obviously 50 of them, some of them may have gotten jobs already, you know what I'm saying? Some may have been disenchantized, you know, with the games industry, but at least they got the core team, they got John in the building. And yeah, I got to agree with King. We do have to give Xbox some credit in the sense of being persistent to still shop, because the last time I heard was, remember when Matt Booty was talking, and to me kind of alluded that what happens before it gets to studio closure, that you try to exhaust all these different options. And at that point, I'm like, okay, so if you read between the lines, he's kind of saying, hey, we shopped it, the interest really wasn't there, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. So to see this continue to be shopped in the 11th hour was really cool to see, because I thought the shopping was over, you know what I'm saying, to be honest. Yep. So this was a big surprise. Got it.
I feel like it was like a last minute thing.
Or
either that, or this was an ongoing discussion. There was still, because I do believe that the reason it was harder, or maybe even the reason that they shut down the studio in general, is because what's his name left. I'm not even trying to butcher his name.
Oh, Mikami.
Mikami. So I do feel like once Mikami left, like a lot of the reason that, you know, first off, it was a bundled package. They got Tango from buying Bethesda, but once they lost Mikami, it was like, okay, you know, one of the biggest assets to Tango was the influence he had in Japan, and now he's gone.
Right.
So, and I think with him gone, it was harder to sell that studio to anyone else, because at that point, it's like, because you're trying to sell me a studio, and then on top of that, no one's even leading the studio. It's literally like, I mean, you lost your at this point.
Yeah, you lost your head, and obviously respect to John, but John was doing this project, but it was Mikami's studio. You know, that's a valid point. And now, you know, obviously he left. Get OEM.
No, I was going to say one thing, and I think King pointed it out, but it really hasn't been talked about. I wonder how much of the blowback that came from the studio shutting down. And the noise that the media made regarding Hi-Fi Rush after that news really drove the conversation in terms of, you know, Microsoft shopped them around. It looks like it's over. It looks like there's nothing we can do here. And then, you know, here's another company sitting out there like, oh, well, like watching all the noise, right? Like hearing everybody kind of shouting over this game and be like, hey, maybe there's something in this for us. And I wonder if that was just something that maybe came out of all the aftermath and maybe would not have been able to get done in just the initial process. Right?
No, it's a good point. I mean, you know, public relations was extremely bad. Let's be real, right? They were getting dragged for this. And then, you know, me and Attic have this conversation, like, Japan is all about respect and honor. And I don't think that sat well, that you closed the Japanese studio. And then, let's be honest, we were like, oh, now all of a sudden you don't seem to have a presence in this year's TGS. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's a direct result of it.
It was lining up. But I'm never going to sit there and say that, like, you know, the reason they're not at TGS is that there's probably a lot of variety.
Right, it could be something
they're not at TGS. But it definitely was not a good.
They didn't have anything for that region to show. What they did have was the region of Gamescom.
Right.
The problem is right now is Japan is not the battleground. Sony has vacated Japan. Nintendo occupies Japan. Microsoft never has a presence in Japan. Europe is the battleground. Sony strategically placed their battleground in Europe. Microsoft, to erode any type of mind share, they have to be present at Gamescom in a big way, especially in a year where the competitors are not going to be present. So when they're gone, you raise as much ruckus as possible to get the EU to look your way. I understand. And this is also the same thought process that they are doing right now, is how you erode the fan base from within. You send your games over to this place, they like those games, and then they start inquiring where those games come from. Oh, that's a Microsoft game. Oh, that's an Xbox game. Wait a second, that's a Game Pass, but I spent $70. Well, how can I get down? Those type of things. And they're trying to see if that can help change some type of things. But the battleground is Europe, and that's the reason why they were at Tokyo Game Show. They didn't have anything specific for that region. And if you're going there pushing Westerner games, and this is exactly what they've been doing, your stock is going to be at the last shelf in the back of the store, on the floor, in the bottom, next to the cat litter.
Yo, with the TV on the floor, like it's
you know how they do.
with the TV, not the Costco TV on the floor, Jay.
Say, yo, is that Forza in the back next to the kitty litter?
Yeah, it'd be wild over there. But nah, look, you know, we don't know.
Crazy
that is wild funny. But look, we don't know exactly, you know, what product, but we have to agree, like you said, the public relations disaster of them closing, you know, the only Japanese studio that they had by proxy, you know, did not look good. So I'm just happy.
It felt like it was like one bad thing after another. That happened, and they're not going to TGS.
Right. It just felt that way, right? So now you see, okay, look, it was still ongoing. Talks to still shop them was still ongoing. And then to me, the key that I don't think it's just, they got rid of them, is because if you look at Krafton's statement, it's like, yo, this is a strategic partnership. This is an integrated. They're looking, the vibe I get from it, you get something out of it also, as far as, I don't know if it was, you know, marketing or some, probably not exclusivity, but okay, so yeah, that's the vibe I got. Okay, that's how I read. When I look at corporate speak, when you saying all this nice thing and we're working together and positive stuff, you kind of getting some first rights on something. That's the vibe I'm getting. So yeah, this is definitely, you know, more than just that. And last thing I was just going to say in reference to the IPs, which is interesting, is obviously Microsoft still holds the rights to, you know, the other two, which is Ghostwire. Damn, that's my baby, though. Like nobody gonna grab that joint. And yeah, that I don't know. I feel real spooky with that. But even with them, probably got a little hope. Obviously, I believe John Johannes did work on one of them, right? I believe, or either DLC. He had involvement on some level on one of the more recent ones. I know that for a fact. But we'll see. You know, it is interesting about it. But the thing I do want to point out, in fairness to people who don't like the move, is, you know, I did, even though Krafton, I mean, the PUBG guys, they did the PUBG, but they also was working with the Callisto Protocol guys. And there was some feedback from them that they were like, yo, Krafton didn't give us enough time. We wanted another 3 months, and they kind of rushed us out the door. So people are like, hey, we just hope Hi-Fi gets the right time for 2 to be able to deliver and do what they got to do. But look, at the end of the day.
Oh, you trying to say Krafton is another Sony?
I'm just saying.
Out of the frying pan into the fire?
The head, one of the heads of Callisto Protocol wasn't really happy how they got nudged out the door on their release. They felt they needed another little 3 months. So they did put that out there.
So the board was like, nah, that looked good to me. He said, but he don't got a foot, sir. Looks good to me. We can put that foot in DLC.
So we got to see. It may not be perfect, but at least, like I said, they get to live to fight another day. And shout out to John Johannes and the team. At least, you know, we felt a wrong, and the universe was, you know, was righted. You know, we got that one, so that's good, man. Salute to them. But that's all I got on that. Anything else from y'all before we get to these super chats to the next joint?
Nope. But hopefully these people go out and buy Hi-Fi Rush 2, and you know, instead of doing what they did and just talk about it on Twitter. I don't see nobody gameplay. Like, everybody always talk about all the stuff that they do, but you don't never see gameplay, right?
You are ridiculous. Anyway, it was fun. You know what's interesting? Yeah, good at it.
I was gonna say that's the people that speak the loudest don't game. So
yeah, that part.
Oh, I talk a lot.
See, but here's the thing. Even though
I'm surrounded by controllers, B, I'm right here.
Here's the thing. Like, even though I be thinking you'd be doing too much sometimes, like,
you
play games. Like,
he do.
Like,
but if you listen to other people, I don't. But
see, like, you could use that same logic to me when I played Destiny for 4 years and didn't play anything besides.
That's
Destiny.
right. You know, because I was playing right next to you.
Yeah, that's why like you can't get me to jump on that, like, because it's just like I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I put like absurd amount of time into any one game again, because I was on that Destiny train for a long time.
Yo, I'm mainlining, bro. I'm mainlining, bro. Listen, that thing is a level of addiction when you get a real good game of service that caters to your liking, right? I was looking, I looked for it in what was that IP what they was like Iron Man robots that fell off, that was whack, begin with an A. Well, anyway, I looked for it in Marvel, the Avengers game. I looked for it inside Outriders. I looked for it in other games, but they didn't have the sticking power. And what I really found in Fortnite is it keeps it like a college course, but it's like a college course like you work at Google. You know, everybody got a beanbag chairs and stuff like, and it's laid back and it's cool and it's not no real requirements. But hey, bro, you could do this today if you choose, type of thing.
It's not like super demanding. Like Destiny got full chores and homework and like Destiny's a full
What I like about Fortnite too is Fortnite's like, yo, you missed like half the season. We're gonna make it very easy for you to get this season pass. Like they don't like Destiny's like, I don't care. There's 2 days left. There's nothing you could do. Give me money. Give me money. You can have the rest.
Buy your light levels.
Buy your light.
Fortnite's like, look, it's there. We can give you the skip 25 thing, or you could do this playlist that we didn't stop people from making to get it in like 6 hours.
Different levels of addiction. We get it. No doubts. We get
different levels of addiction.
That's all it is.
True. I'm right back to addiction status.
Anyways, get these super chats. You got Crimpy again, $10 super chat with the wimpy bars. I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Real last name. You must not know my cat's name.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
So that's your real last name is Wimpy? You must
Crimpy.
Oh, Crimply.
CR Wimpy. I just don't know how to pronounce it.
I was about to say you must know how to fight, bro.
He's on Addict Arena all the time.
Oh, salute.
That's nice. That's nice.
What's up. Shout out to Prolific, Tech homie right there. $2 super chat. What's up, fellas? Just playing tribute to the Lords, no doubt. Shout out to Nerds and Other Legends. $10 super chat. In my opinion, Microsoft Xbox not nurturing Hi-Fi Rush and the dev team is a blunder. It seems like Microsoft Xbox don't have an instinct for creativity, or it's in conflict with their non-negotiable policy of profitability. King, what you think?
Thanks for telling me, Mr. Board Member, knowing exactly what the hell is going on over there.
I mean,
I don't think they have a eye for talent and cultivating things where they just made one of the biggest IPs in the whole damn world and just turned around and did it again with Gears and then just spun back around with Forza. Bro, if you don't call for me unless I send for you.
You don't like nerds. Good.
I am like I said at the beginning, I am disappointed as well. But the thing is like, I am more happy that Hi-Fi Rush is going to see a sequel than I'm disappointed that Microsoft didn't do it themselves. So,
like I said, some people have this, opinion of it. And to me, the games have to speak for themselves for people to stop that narrative, I guess. Anyway. ODG, the toy man, $10 super chat. Now let's see if those same folks that cried all those crocodile tears support Hi-Fi too. The amount of so-called outrage over this, you think that Hi-Fi Rush sold 20 million copies. He got it right on that. That's the king part.
See, dudes think I talk in a vacuum. No, I say words that y'all say in your head that y'all don't have, that don't come out your mouth. I just don't got the filter. Y'all dudes have the filter. Like, no, I'm not gonna say that. And I just blurted out and like, I was thinking that.
Yeah, that's why me and King, we're not very PR friendly.
Y'all the wild of the group.
me and King I could just see like our names popping up under PR. Have you seen what he said?
Listen. I wasn't considered for defining Duke.
Yo, you
Listen, I wasn't in the running.
Hey, King. We ain't ever been invited to IG Unlocked.
Here we go.
Hey, yo, listen, they want diversity, right? How diverse can you get with Ebony and Ivory?
I cannot with y'all.
How diverse can you get when you pull us both on? Like
you are ridiculous.
You got a dude that's from the country, and you got a dude that's from the city. You got a little bit of hip hop and a little bit of rock and roll. What's up, bro?
Why you gotta be rock and roll?
To be fair, King, we ain't been very nice to IGN, so I can understand from their perspective.
Y'all be loose.
Listen,
but to be fair, King, we ain't always been on some we don't like IGN movement, and we still ain't getting no invited to the club.
Check this out. I'll go one further.
Mm-hmm.
IGN one further, man.
IGN hasn't been good to Xbox, and Xbox still send them review copies and consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see, if Microsoft can turn the other cheek and do what Jesus would do, why don't you do that for us? I'm just saying, what would Jesus do?
Why y'all acting like y'all blacklisted?
Listen, he would let King.
I'm definitely blacklisted from IGN. There's no denying that.
Yo, I'm soft blacklisted and hard blacklisted. Pause. They say, yo, so who we gonna have come on the show? Because this is our content creator of the month time. So who do we have listed up there? So we do have Xbox Frontline News in Attic Arena. He said, so what else we got going on?
King, I take it more than that. They have like a table that has like content creators lit up. And we're not even on the table. Not lit up. We ain't even on the table. We're like we're cut on the ground. We're cut.
Be on that Twitter busting shots, busting guns on Twitter. Will get you in your situations.
What they literally do? They be like, yeah, Iron Lord's podcast. Yeah, LordCognito.
Like, are
we doing this now? LordCognito and the other guys. That's what we doing now. Okay, I see what we doing.
No. They refer to Solve, and that's all. And me and King don't even exist.
Yeah, for real.
Ridiculous. Anyway,
listen, it's true, but it's okay. I love you.
Okay. We gonna do this?
And listen. If I'm wrong, then prove me wrong.
So what's the Addict and King are next to the King?
Listen, my DMs is open, and you can at me at Twitter.
Don't prove me wrong. I ain't trying to go on.
And listen, I'm available every day, all day.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got a 9 a.m. slot, I'm available.
Y'all the most slanderous, but I'm gonna leave this alone.
I ain't trying to go on long.
Exactly. We gonna leave this alone. But Wimpy, follow us in the chat. I likes you and I want you now. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is who is he talking to?
Yo, Wimpy, we're going to do this the hard way, B. So you better knuckle up and your game better be tight. Because when you go to sleep, I'm digging in your pockets.
Whoa. I thought it was going somewhere else. Safety. All right, Black Cobra.
No.
I got nervous. Black
Chicago.
Black Cobra, $5 in the chat. If they do make a new Evil Within game, I hope id Software in Ninja Theory makes it. And hope Hideo Kojima co-direct for it as well. Y'all want that for the new Evil Within? Nobody.
No, I don't want Kojima close to anything that's somebody else's IP.
Okay.
Because I want him to just screw up his IP, put throw babies in his stuff. Mm-hmm. I do not want him near Street Fighter. Anything I love, I want him over there. Right,
I personally think Kojima wants to make movies, so he should go make movies.
Yes.
Like, and I'm not saying like his games are like bad or anything. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that I shouldn't need like my wall shouldn't look like a conspiracy theorist to understand his games. Like I shouldn't need like the little strings wrapped around multiple pictures. And it's like, oh, so he's him, but he's also him.
So
like,
you said when you play his games, when you play his games, you doing Alan Wake?
All of Kojima's games reminds me of a Kingdom Hearts plot.
Wimpy with the $2 super chat. He said, nah, it's Wimpy, and I do know. Oh, he's still in the building. He talking that talk.
Listen, Wimpy, I'm gonna tell you right now. Your knuckle game better be smooth.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like Whippy will keep going back.
He gonna keep going. He's not stopping with you.
But he never stops super chatting on Addict Arena. So like.
Spectre 799 with the $5 super chat. All I care about is that Hi-Fi Rush has a second chance, and I'm more than happy with that. Finally, my video on Hi-Fi isn't cursed. Much love, Lord. Salute, Spectre.
That's all I care about too. Is Hi-Fi Rush gets another chance to be. To make a sequel. I love the first.
Yeah, that game's too good. Yeah, not to dial like that.
Let me get this one. Hollywood Rose with the $2 super chat. IGN be like Lord Cog and the loudmouth dude. That's unruly. He doesn't consider Saul part of this conversation because, like, Saul most likely isn't blacklisted anywhere.
Yeah, Saul just don't care about those.
On the other hand.
I already know I'm blacklisted because
you know the Matrix. That Matrix where they're going through and it's like the white hallway with all the doors to the left and right. All those doors are locked for me. We only got the one at the very end that we got to grind to. Okay, all the quick access, those are locked.
Messy. Wimpy again to our super chat. You can dig wherever you want, boo. Whoa. That's your
Wimpy,
man.
I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna stop responding to you because I see by me responding to you, it's like an achievement for negative behavior, and I'm just gonna close my eyes and act like you don't exist.
Speaking of negative behavior, Dr. Strangelove with the $10 super chat. King, since Solve isn't here, I'd like to play a little game with you. I like to call Freaky Fantasy. You dress up as Aerith, and I dress up as Sephiroth, and I stab you with my long, meaty sword. Hey, yo! Hey! Yo, look at King Face! Yo, King Face! Yo, that man created a scenario with you.
I'm blocking all negative energy that is thrown my way, and you, sir, are leading the charge in negative energy area.
Freaky Face.
I'm Googling how long is Sephiroth.
That man said long, meaty sword. That man is outside.
Sephiroth's sword is between 6 to 8 feet long.
Hey, yo, that's wild. Ulfaron's quest. I'm sorry if I butchered that too. Wimpy tried to make King Limpy. Yes, Wimpy's outside. We got to hurry up, get to this next time before the super chats continue to come on. It is going to be ridiculous. So we got the next one up here, man. And yeah, Addict, man, this is you, but I'll set you up if you want.
Yeah, you
next game announced for PlayStation next week, and its claim is supposed
quick,
to.
Andy Chris said that's DLC.
And we'll be still super true to $2 in chat. No negative, all positive. He not stop, yo. He's wilding right now. Anyway,
I don't want nobody that's positive.
Hey, that's taking toxic positivity to the
that's a whole nother level.
Yo, Kyle, I don't want nobody that's positive. That's
I know what you're doing. We're not doing that.
You're done now.
OBM is like, what the hell I got into? So shout out to Inside Gaming. Yeah, next Xbox game might be announced on PlayStation next week. And yeah, it is claimed. And first, some reports came out from Reset Era and as far as which ports. And then Shinobi replied. He said, "What are you doing next week?" And then he followed up with another question. He said, "I don't know about multiple games, but a big one at least is supposed to be coming to PlayStation." So the speculation started with Forza Horizon, but now we have breaking news. Let me find that right now. I believe from Windows Central. Again, this is Next Gen Player just tweeted right now. Windows Central, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle may be coming to PlayStation 5. Windows Central says there is a large chance that Indiana Jones is the rumored Xbox game coming to PlayStation. It's just look like it broke right now. I'm trying to see where he quoted Jez's article.
I heard that 4 days ago, but it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, he quoted Jez's article, but I didn't see the update to the article stating Indiana Jones. So not disrespecting next gen, but I'm just trying to find. Let me see if I can look at Jez's Twitter. Maybe Jez put something out himself, and that's where he's just quoting the older article. But yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Let's do some professional podcasting.
Yeah. The level of excitement is too high.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on. Now I'm looking on Jez's timeline, and I don't see that. So this is, I'm gonna say speculation for now. Until Jez actually says it, and until his article is updated, because I am looking at the there's no update. It still has a date of August 14th, so I don't know why Next Gen said what you call it. And I don't think Xbox 2 didn't podcast this week just yet. My understanding. So this is interesting. Now, I ain't got no beef with you, Next Gen, but I'm not gonna run with it just yet until I see from Jez. But anyway, these are the rumors. Addict, it's your topic. What's up? What you thinking?
I'm kind of curious. Like, first off, I think we can all admit I don't know how the panel goes. Maybe we should go through here. Like, we don't think any of these games are off the table, right? Like, like any Xbox game could show up on PlayStation at any time. Is that generally acceptable on the
you have
panel
to speak
right
to King
now?
about that? Okay, hold on. No, I stand correct. Next Gen, my bad. Shout out to the chat for putting me. It is at the bottom of the article. He said there's a large edit. He said chance it could be related to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games, which so far has only been announced for Xbox and PC. Microsoft doesn't own the Indiana Jones IP naturally, and Disney might be keen to let PlayStation users know when to expect a version for their preferred platform. In any case, all we have is speculation right now. I'll be sure to update you if my investigations come full circle. So if the rumors,
Disney better run over at Sony and tell them to release those Spider-Man like MOB the show ran over and said, release baseball, let my people go. So I expect Spider-Man to be sliding over there too. If you're talking that indie, I get another web slinger will be sliding over there too.
But for now,
yeah, I don't think, as much as I would love for it to be like that, I don't think that's the way the industry works.
I know.
But yeah, Alex, so what do you think about this updated information? Indiana Jones could be the game, not Forza.
I actually feel like that's worse than Forza. That's just me.
Really?
Because Forza's already been out, and I feel like Indiana Jones is like one of the really good games that's coming out for Xbox this year. So, saying early, like obviously it's coming out eventually. Like I said, I think most of these games are eventually going to come over to PlayStation. But if you come out before the games even hit Xbox and say, yo, you going to PlayStation, or even day and date, which that would be horrible. I feel like that's the part where I'm just like, man, can you let, like, essentially they're Tomb Raidering it. So it's like if you come out before the game even comes out and you say, yo, this is gonna be on PlayStation and X date or day and date, it's just like, because to me, Forza Horizon 5's already came and went.
Right.
It's already done what it's supposed to.
Now,
like this year, Tomb Raider. Now, perception wise, Forza is a worse choice. But I feel like going for the future right now, Indiana Jones is like one of the only games you have for the holiday.
Kiss move in the chat. Xbox has no games. Again, if it's indie, he's not feeling this. If it's Indiana Jones, so you feel Indiana Jones is worse.
I do. I feel like Indiana Jones is. It's not necessarily like we already know they're making more games on PlayStation. We already know that, but it's just like, to me, once again, you're telling people you don't need an Xbox. Like before the game even comes out. If that's true. So if allegedly, right? If what is true is, let's just say, Indiana gets announced, right, next week or whatever, maybe Gamescom, right? And then they be like, all right, because according to Jed's article, it doesn't seem like it might be dated, but we're gonna let you know, like, oh, by the way, PlayStation 5 in March. Like that. Because to me, it's just like, you shouldn't be saying that. Like, look, even though PlayStation, we know God of War Ragnarok was going. We knew.
Right.
They didn't come out there before and say, yo, if you don't want to play this on PlayStation, just wait for the PC port. They never came out with that messaging. They're like, it shows what it shows. Like that meme with the dude, what's his name, having his hands up. It's like, what you talk about? Like, it's just like, that's the one thing. It's like, look, man, like, you know, Indiana Jones, I actually feel is one of the few IPs that you've been able to negotiate.
Yeah.
I understand it's an exclusive, which remember it was rumored it was only exclusive for like 3 months.
Yep.
A long time ago.
Yeah, there was a rumor about that.
It's just like, even if it's that 3 months,
But then
announce that stuff, shadow drop it on PlayStation. Because to me, it's just. It's
so you're
just
gonna sneak them?
Well, see, but my thing is just like marketing Xbox, the hardware. The biggest game you have out this year, if you come out before that game drops and say, yo, wait 3 months, especially if they have a release date. Yo, they imagine if they come out at Gamescom, announce the release date, and then on Twitter,
India
PlayStation
December,
announces
PlayStation in February.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, man. Like, it's just like, it feels like every time you get something good, there's got to be like someone's sitting right behind a door with a bat, like I'm waiting for him to walk in.
But what if the reports are that Disney put the pressure on him? Said, nah, so we saw your consoles, your hardware sale. He said that Disney might be keen to let PlayStation users know.
It could be.
Disney also owns the Spider-Man rights, and they didn't make them do that either.
Don't Sony got a part of that though? No, Sony got low. They can't just.
Sony owns the TV rights. They negotiated for the game rights. That's why they take so much.
No, Sony owns the movie rights, not the TV
That's what
rights.
I mean the movie rights. Yeah. They own the movie rights. They negotiated for the game rights. That's why Disney gets so much of the royalties. Remember when all that was leaked? Like it's entirely up to Disney and PlayStation where those go. And to me, if that was the case, you would see Wolverine coming out for Xbox.
We don't know because it didn't come out for PlayStation yet either. I'm just saying, you know, Hiroki Totoki said he wants things where it can compute. I'm just saying.
And I get that. And, you know, people say Indiana Jones ain't Spider-Man. It's not. But at the same time, Spider-Man is not Spider-Man, Wolverine, none of those games. I mean, we had the Switch had an exclusive game. Like there has been stuff like this, and Disney's never stepped in and be like, yo, that's going on the other platforms. To me, you know, maybe Disney projected and said, you know, why are this on other platforms?
Oh, we saw your last 2 quarters, 45% down.
Yeah,
What's up?
yeah.
Another
So
example,
not even that.
Example,
Disney is down too, so they're raising the cost of Disney Plus, and they're doing a whole bunch of restructuring. Marvel movies took a dip. So
MLB dug Sony into the
real quick. I know this is off topic a little bit. Did you guys see where someone died from a restaurant at Disney because they had Disney Plus or whatever that subscription service is? When you sign that, the terms of services, you can't take them to court over anything, and that's what the lawyers are trying to say.
Hey, yo, that's wild.
But what?
But anyway, going into this, it's just like, look, it is what it is at this point. If it's Indiana Jones, I feel like that's a mistake. Even if the game comes out, don't announce that before the game actually launches on Xbox, because to me, it's another example of the company doing whatever they can not to sell an Xbox, because it's like you're not going to even at least wait till the console comes out to announce when it's coming out.
You didn't even get to eat your food. They told you somebody else getting your meal too.
No, it's not about getting your
meal.
You
eating, we eating too.
Never mind.
We sick.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just being silly. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just saying it's like I'm actually trying to be funny about how you're presenting it, right? To how people's gonna feel.
At the end of the day, whatever this is, because it's something. There ain't no way it's not nothing at this point.
I'll tell you what it is.
It's Redfall.
No. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. But
imagine
I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is.
How funny King will be next week if it's Redfall.
That would be hilarious.
King, we reacted to this thing.
Yes. Okay, you know, me and you gonna be so lit that day. IGN gonna look over and say, "We definitely not having the
movie." And especially if they announce Redfall coming to PlayStation,
light them up.
Reactions from King is gonna be
crazy.
Legendary.
Hold on. So let's before we get to King, I know King ready to come. I gotta get over here for this breaking news, because initially we're going to discuss about potentially Forza Horizon 5. That was what the reports were. But a new challenger has entered There's a new fedora in town, and he may be flirting with the other side. Wow. So what's going on, Obia? What do you think of this latest report just caught it on the scene?
Well, none of them seem surprising, right? Like it feels like if you were to tell me any game that Microsoft has in their portfolio has been ported, none of that really would be very shocking to me right now.
Kiss Move is on fire. He in the chat going, he's going through it, y'all. He said Xbox is allergic to zeitgeist moments.
Oh, man.
Hey, yo, Kiss Move is going through it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be funny, kid. It's just funny to see him in the chat. Yeah.
I see your heart beating outside of your shirt. Tuck that mustard in.
Your kid is going through it. I'm sorry, OBM. Go ahead.
Twitter, Smooth.
No, it's all good. No, and I tend to take a pretty unpopular opinion about all these things amongst a lot of my friends, and in our Discords and our other chats. I tend to take an opinion that I think is more like just kind of seeing where the industry is going,
right.
And like these types of things don't really work me up. I don't think the zeitgeist has every time. I think a lot of us are so used to what the industry was during the 360 era, even early in the Xbox One era, where we feel like, hey, this big zeitgeist single player game is going to be the thing that's going to change the tide, and everybody's going to dump their PlayStations. They're going to get an Xbox. We're going to get more third party support, and none of that stuff is true anymore. I mean, and Microsoft said it, and the stats that have leaked from the ABK trials kind of proved it out. If you look at the numbers that both leaked from the Insomniac leaks and from what Sony themselves have said recently, like we're not seeing a big change in terms of the users, right? Like month over month. In the final quarter of last year, Sony hit their record MAUs on console with 123 million. They all dropped off after Spider-Man, right? They dropped back down to where they were last generation, and that's what ends up happening. So if Microsoft makes this big push, tries to get a bunch of people with PlayStations to buy a Series S, where they're going to lose money on the console, right? Like as a second console, to sell them a game, and those gamers go back, it doesn't make sense for the business, and it doesn't really help us as when I say us, I mean for anybody that games primarily on Xbox, it's really not going to change your experience if they sell a few more consoles.
What about the promise of exclusive? All right, I got to push back a little bit, OBM.
Okay.
To Addict's point, it was in the FTC. We saw that they had documentation that said that we assumed it was temporary exclusivity, and then we saw documentation that they fought for exclusivity with Phil on record, I believe, or someone on record. Don't get me quote the name who was on record that said it, but was like, yeah, we wanted to establish because they said PlayStation had Spider-Man, and they literally verbally said that they fought for it so they could have an equivalent exclusive. So if this ends up true, what do you think about them? I'll say relinquishing that or falling under the pressure of Disney, because they were on record for saying that was the whole reason. And Xbox fans were very invigorated. They was like, yes, we got one for us. It ain't hashtag just one, but close enough. We got to admit, like, Indie Dude got that. Close enough. You know what I'm saying? Hashtag close enough, And you got to admit, like, Indie did have that for what we've seen so far. Indie Dude got that feel. Like it's something. Like, I
think it's going to be a great game. I honestly, it sounds like, I can't remember who was saying it, but it sounds like the people who've been getting their hands on the game are saying this game is it's got a lot of potential, and it's machine games. We know machine games doesn't usually miss, right? Yeah, they put out polished games. They're usually good storytellers. They got the gameplay down. So I expect it to be a really good game, and I do think Microsoft had a plan of keeping a certain amount of exclusives, and part of the reason why, like if you kind of step back to like when they bought ZeniMax, remember that ZeniMax was purchased during the pandemic, before this generation.
Yes.
And during the pandemic, Microsoft and Sony both saw new console players coming in that never were console players, right? And so for a couple years, you basically were seeing the console base grow. It was growing with new people, and so at that time, when you're talking about somebody who doesn't have investment in a digital library, that doesn't have friends list, that doesn't have a favorite controller. You know, now the exclusive and the branding around that stuff has more impact. Where it loses its impact is when you get down to, okay, now we're just moving people over from one generation to the next. And they stopped adding new users once everybody went out and touched grass again, right after the pandemic. So, and so basically they bought ABK, or they agreed to buy ABK. It took them 2 years to close that deal. And in the meantime, during that period of time, the industry changed. And people stopped. There wasn't the growth anymore. And now we're kind of back to like the old hardcore console gamers being, you know, they're really set on where they want to be. You know, plan things change. And I think that's
okay. So things change. That's what you're telling them. Okay.
Yeah, things change. And I think, you know, Amy Hood and those people are looking at Microsoft in a different light. And it's a different light with, you know, you've invested all this stuff and invested all this into IP. You've invested into your ecosystem. You're going to try to grow Game Pass. You're kind of looking now towards all the growth in the future is going to be out, you know, most of it's going to be outside of console. So I just think the it's like halftime, right? Sometimes you got to adjust your plan.
They had to change it now. They're a different team. They no longer offensive minded. They go defense now.
Or you're halfway through the season. You got to make a trade. Right?
You got to make a trade. Okay.
You got to change your strategy, right? You know, so, but yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, like my philosophy on this is again, it's not that popular, but let them pay, man. Let PlayStation.
So let them pay $70 and you Game Pass.
Yeah, like, see, I've ascended.
Oh, you've ascended. Oh, you king now. Okay. Oh, you've ascended to PC.
Listen, tell them you don't hear this peon talk.
All right.
Above it all.
Hold on.
It's about the Game Pass experience, and if they're going to here's what.
Oh, it's about PC now. Okay, I see what we doing.
He said it's about the Game Pass platform. He did not say anything about PC.
I mean, it's about yes. He's ascended to the Game Pass ecosystem now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
so yeah,
we know that you know the thing that holds back, you know, game development. Everybody talks about
it's the PlayStation 4.
Everybody talks about the Series S. But really, it's at the end of the day, it's always about the boardroom, right? Like, and if you can improve the financial equation for all your games, it means you can invest more in all your games. And if you can figure out a way to kind of double dip and say, hey, we can grow this subscription service that's going to be has growth potential across all devices into the future. And in the meantime, we're going to double dip because Sony players want to pay $70 to keep it virtuous. Then like let them subsidize Game Pass. Like
so they're going to subsidize. Okay, I see what you're doing. I got to interrupt because I don't know how long Kid has, and I got to speak to my homie right now. So I saw his messages. I feel my man is going through it right now. You know, if the rumors to be true, we initially came into this topic. We're about to talk about Forza Horizon, and then Jez Corden wants to break this news that it could be potentially Indiana Jones, the Great Circle. Indy ain't even put his boots in the apartment yet. And here he go, flirting with the other side. Kids
and real quick, keep in mind at the time, the last time we heard from Jez, what did he say? I don't know what it is, but I'll do some research. I'll ask around. And now he's updating. Said it might be Indiana Jones.
Are you trying to besmirch the great Jez Corden, whose accuracy is very high? So we're not going to do that. We're not going to. I understand. It's a very emotional
he's
time.
just saying that Jez said that he's going to do some research.
Oh yeah, true. Yes, true.
And now he's jumping out saying it's X, Y, and Z. So obviously he believes Jez and the research
my
that
fault
leads to this answer.
I was instigating. My bad. I was a little.
I hear you in your bag.
I'm in my bag. Excuse me.
In the wrong bag though.
I was definitely the wrong. I was all the way wrong on that bag.
Not according to IGN.
Okay. Listen. Anyway,
let me stop. Let me leave these guys alone.
Yes, please. That's why you're blacklisted. But
glad you know.
Anyway,
we should be blacklisted together.
So I've been blacklisted from better establishments.
So according to the report, that Microsoft does not own the Indiana Jones IP naturally, and Disney might be keen
They own it unnaturally.
To let PlayStation users know. So potentially next week, Xbox release date, PlayStation release date. Kid Smooth, how are we feeling, brother? How we doing?
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt bad because I think Indiana Jones, like right after the acquisition, Machine Games teased like the Indiana Jones thing, right? And we heard through the FTC court case that Microsoft, when they confirmed in a court case that it's going to be exclusive, we didn't know. We always thought like, that's probably going to be.
If I remember correctly, we were always saying that's a multi-plat because that was bought after. During it,
and then their court case, they said they renegotiated because they had Spider-Man.
Yes,
so
I remember that.
I'm like, finally, yes. Like I was like, I'll take anything at this point. So it's like, you know what? They don't have that licensed IP. Nintendo have their fair share of like Marvel games and their own IPs. You got PlayStation with Spider-Man and now like Wolverine and stuff like that. So then the Xbox get like the side pieces and stuff like that. They get like the games that we don't know if it's going to be successful or not. So they give us, the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Which are
you said, wait a second, you said Avengers. Okay. Oh, but it's multi-plat. It's multi-plat.
Yeah, but they're multi-plat. So when I was like, all right, so Xbox is actually, going to take this thing serious. They got a, recognizable publisher with Bethesda who could pull the strings to get a licensed IP, and Activision now who could get a licensed IP if they wanted to. So it was just like, finally. It's not that like we need exclusive. It's just like they finally seeing the popularity of some existing IPs, like dig into that Disney basket. So when you think that, it's like, okay. And it's like, bruh, when the rumor came out first, when it was Forza Horizon, it's like
that was hard.
I'm like, that's a homegrown IP. Don't do that, man. I don't care
fries.
how old it is, man. That's a homegrown IP. Give them Redfall, please.
So is Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is probably
that hurt too.
Sea of Thieves is arguably their best new IP.
It was the Xbox One's flagship. For sure.
Highest selling game still to this day on the platform, moving probably, arguably, right? As far as new IPs go from the Xbox One generation, and you don't see nobody crying over that.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Your request is to find out super Indiana Jones in the Great Circle Square.
Hey yo!
That's dope.
He said that was good. That was good. Indiana Jones in the Great Circle Triangle and X. Hey yo! Wow, boss. Continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
The problem is that again, it's a we've all been saying, well, I know I've been saying like since like the end of last year, it's like 2024 for Xbox is going to be lit. Like they finally got it. You know what I mean? Got the games, you know what I mean? The pillars, you know what I mean? Obviously, Valve gets delayed. Hellblade comes and goes. Hellblade right now too is still my game of the year until, something else better comes out, but that's right now still leading the charge for me. But it was like, I felt very comfortable as an Xbox fan again and excited because I was interested.
You said again? Because I did think you. I thought you had left.
I never left. But as far as being excited for what
they're trying to G check him. Don't be trying to G check his loyalty to the brand. Don't be pulling your hold the line stuff now.
Listen. I just thought his green card wasn't really green no more. How
you gonna check the great Kiss Smooth? Kiss Smooth said he was 10 toes down on the line. Don't do that to kid.
No. Yo, listen.
He said he is still a general out here in these streets.
You don't remember? I send it to him because I told him sit down, shut up, and hold the line because he was out of pocket. Then I turned back around.
He was going to mute me on the battlefield. You had to turn him back around.
Listen, I don't even have to tell you what he said. All I got to do is go to everybody's channel. Everybody's channel got a Kid Smooth.
What was it, kid? What was your loyalty tested?
It was the Apple needs to buy an Xbox thing. I guarantee.
Oh, that yo.
Wait,
is this around the business update?
No, besides that idiotic statement, Apple needs to buy Xbox. I just rolled my eyes. I was at the point where I was like, "Oh, he's definitely over there with JW." I said it has to be a weapon wheel thing. It has to be. I said he's been hanging around these dudes. He has definitely turned into a pony bot.
Oh no, those are frontline terms. We don't use those terms here at the realm.
This is true. This is true.
Thank you, sir. Please, we don't use that language.
But for context, right? For context.
This guy's gonna get away with it.
Get back with it.
Listen. For context, for people that don't know, on Twitter, we call somebody that flip flops a one line to the next. We call them a pony bot.
Words we don't say
here. No, King calls them a pony bot.
We don't say that here.
Obviously,
and you don't need to repeat at it.
A lot of people called me a pony bot, especially in this chat right now.
We ain't doing that, but continue.
So that's the part I was just talking about.
It's okay.
I didn't know that you were still here. I didn't know you were still here walking around with us with green, but you do got a green screen on today, so that might mean something.
So now we've established King Smooth is still advancing the line. All right, continue.
To address King's point, though, right?
Yes.
At the time he sent this was during the whole when we thought the whole Activision case was going to get shuttered. So when this got sent, now King, ever since you sent these out, everything's been downhill since.
I shouldn't have sent. I should. Okay, so what you mean to tell me? I can tell you this, right? I can tell you this. You was on
real quick, King. There's this joke in the weapon wheel community that anything smooth reps starts to go downhill. The moment you send him that hold the line coin,
that's when things went left.
Messed up with the juju.
No. Once I sent it to him, the hold the line went off the chains. It's still off the chains now.
All right, so let him get his balls off.
The problem with that thought process is you were on your knees down with these dudes talking about the joint. And listen, this is true, because this is true.
What?
You on your knees, y'all was down there, y'all was on the floor, y'all was hurt, y'all was injured. That's when I told you, are you hurt or you injured, soldier, get up. I put that get right back in your back.
So you saying, are you hurt or you injured? Were you thinking of Smooth?
I took that arch, I put that shoulders back. I told you put your chest out, put your chin up, and you stand up there, you hold the line. That's what I told you dudes. And you did it for a little bit, but your legs got knocky again. And I'm just saying. So don't act like, everything was all together then. No, because every last one of you dudes said that ABK deal would not go through.
Fact.
I'm the only dude that told you, man, shut up and hold it down.
That's
and
a fact.
It's gonna go down. And it went down,
Mm-hmm.
and these dudes right now are burning. Now they want the games now.
Now we wish it didn't go down, because ever since it did go down, it brought everything down.
No, it didn't. Okay, you cannot take Justin Bieber off of TikTok or wherever they found him at. And then once you show him to the world, and he takes off, you can't expect him to still just hang out on TikTok. That's not going to happen. I told y'all, once Xbox sold, and that was going to be that next fiscal period, that's it. He's no longer the same old mom and pop store. He's franchised now. He's different. He's ascended. And you got to ascend too. You got to stop listening to them dudes and locking it in your head.
I got 2 points to make.
Let's go. Let's get them.
One of the points is like, so my opinion has not been adjusted or trended towards anyone. I think people like me, Tim Dog, the probably toxic fanboyism to a toxic place to the point where we're too much of a fanboy of like, we want to win. We want Xbox to win. We want Xbox to have the better games. We want Xbox to sell the most. We want Xbox to have high Metacritic scores. What Xbox is doing now is the polar opposite of what we want them. We want them to win. What they're doing is like, it's like it's confusing. Actually, it's like a chemical imbalance of what's actually going on. It's like, this is not the console warrior way. So it's like
the console warrior way.
Okay, so
I love this. This
all
is
right,
great.
like for context.
Oh man, this is fun.
For context, you want Microsoft to do it the same way the last 20 years that they've been failing at. You want them to continue to do that.
I want them to get back up. So
time out. Okay. So you want him to get up and keep fighting a cyborg, and he just said, you know what? I built that virus, and I'm going to put it inside your box, and you're going to die from this poison pill. You don't look at the financials properly, because then you would know that Xbox has been in a greater position than they've ever been in any generation right now. You don't look at the fact that they're selling games. They have so many games that they said, damn, we got old stuff. Who can we give it to that don't got something? These dudes. And y'all say,
but Indiana Jones isn't owed something.
I'm gonna get to that topic on me. But we say, I'm upset that they gave away my toy that I had in the closet that had dust bunnies around its ears. And to some new kid that's on the other side that said, you know what?
King, you muted yourself.
Yeah, King, you muted yourself for a second. You muted yourself in Zoom. Yeah, it's in Zoom to mute.
I'm fixing.
There you go.
All right,
you
so yeah,
okay, get back.
No, so if somebody gonna pay $70, that's imagine you going home and you got a crumpled up newspaper in the corner and somebody walk in and said, I'll buy that for $70. I got more too if you like it. So you can't have that same mindset. Don't fall into the positions that they can't do. They can't do what Microsoft do. They're $1 billion company. You ever went inside the club and can't go up to the 3rd floor because your money don't reach up there? That's the same thing.
Respectfully, we've been starving for years.
You've been starving for years.
He said respectfully, I like this sandwich, please.
So then,
I want this Indiana Jones sandwich, please.
So then you're saying that you've been envious of the PlayStation platform for years. And that hits a little bit different. Whereas I've never been envious, regardless of what I own it, but I've never been envious for anything that they do over there. I grew up in an age where Mario was over there on Nintendo, Sonic is over there on Sega, and TurboGrafx had bonks.
Right.
Made a best man win. And I never thought that will happen. They would exchange until I saw Mario and Sonic.
Oh, Sonic was outside.
And when I saw the Mario and Sonic sports game, everything was off the table.
And in 5 years, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see Halo. You're going to see all of them on one system.
Well, Mr. Doom and Gloom, I don't believe so.
The other point I would like to make regarding this is that this will all be okay. And I said it in the chat. I don't know if you got to read it. If Sony did the same thing with select games. It would have. That's what would make it okay. Everybody would be. It would be absolutely.
I mean, we do got one more topic that say that after this, but we gonna talk about that.
Why?
But that's Square Enix.
That's Square Enix. That is true.
Yeah. No,
why would Sony have to do something that they're not forced to do?
Guess this. Mind you, because here's the thing. This is the reason why it's a problem that Microsoft doing it.
Let's go.
What Microsoft is trying to do would be awesome if they were at the top of the mountain. If PlayStation does exactly what Microsoft doing, they would actually fare better because their console is leading the charge. Now it doesn't matter if they put on PC and mobile and all this stuff because they already maximized their actual customers. Xbox hasn't. They haven't maximized the console customer yet.
Boy, that's like tell me you don't watch
Xbox. Hoggy's coming in for the same. He said, $10 super chat. He says, so Xbox is increasing revenue like crazy. More monthly active users than anyone, has more Xbox console players than ever, while PlayStation exec team fired, no games, and all their third-party money hats aren't making money. He coming for you, kid. He said, you're not seeing the big picture.
That's the problem.
I gotta respond to this. As an Xbox console fan, why do I care about any of that other stuff?
You sound like Addict.
No,
you sound like Ghost the Addict is in you.
So now you're gonna feign ignorance.
Addict, fix your face.
Then you're gonna feign ignorance in order to exacerbate your point. You can't do that. All right, you can't say that they're doing the best over here. Yo, he went up to Sony and punched him in the mouth with an Amazon Fire Stick, bro, and you ain't see it coming. It's like, yo, it's a dirty Mike Tyson. Like, yo,
but King, they don't like the way they win it.
That's their problem.
They don't like this. They want to win this way. They like knockouts, and you doing 12-round fights all the time.
They listen to them for 20 years. And they've been doing it wrong for 20 years. They listen to you and Tim Dog and all y'all saying, you got to sell more. And it just ain't it.
The thing is, though, the 360 happened. They can't do it right. They were dominant that entire generation.
But what if it's just to King's point? I'm instigating. What if to King's point? What if the brand damage is so bad after the Xbox One era that they just said, you know what? We try to fight that way, ain't gonna work. We gonna win this way.
The Wii U is one of the most clowned on consoles. It sold the worst than just about any console ever made, and they still were able to capitalize and make the Switch.
And they don't make nowhere near as much as Microsoft.
Guess what?
So you're saying Microsoft in the
Xbox, I'm
gaming
talking about
sphere.
Xbox. No,
So
I'm
you're
talking
saying
about
Xbox makes?
Yes.
You're saying the Xbox system, not the system, the ecosystem makes more money than PlayStation and Switch.
No. PlayStation made 29 billion. If you actually watch my video, PlayStation made 29 billion, Xbox made 22 billion, and Nintendo made 9. I'm not worried about that plumber. I got another dude that I'm worrying about that's over there, and by the next fiscal period, we're gonna be at 30, and he's gonna be at 26, because he ain't got nothing this year but remakes and games that nobody want. Oh, and our games, so we're gonna get money from him because he don't got games. Go ahead.
So then, speaking of your videos, let's bring up your videos.
Go for it.
So why is it okay? Why is it not okay for us to be concerned about our console when you say stuff like no PS6? You put stuff out there like a video that you posted saying play. First off, I know I made the title, but you confirmed it.
I know I had something to do with it, but I know I'm guilty as charged. But
so
He's my co-defendant. He was my co-defendant snitching. But go ahead.
So PlayStation going to leave the console market. So why is it that you spend a lot of your time clowning on the fact that there's not going to be another PlayStation, but you get upset when we say, yo, I'm worried about the Xbox hardware?
I don't get upset. What I do is I throw back the same verbiage that y'all throw out. I'm putting a mirror up in front of y'all to show y'all how idiotic y'all sound.
So explain to me how I'm kind of confused on.
All right, so
the mirror.
Okay, so when somebody tells me that Xbox is getting out of the hardware business, right?
Okay.
And Xbox comes out and say, we're actually making hardware. And we're actually going to do this. This is in our pipeline. This is what's going to actually happen. And PlayStation has said, they said this a while ago. We have something in research and development. And then Jim Ryan said out of his own mouth that the PlayStation 5 could be the last console. So when he says
where did Jim Ryan say that? I'm curious on that.
Somebody pull it up. Anyway,
someone pull that up.
No,
please.
he did. He said,
is it KNN News though? That's my question.
Well,
is it KNN News?
See, what happens is a lot of times you laugh, but a lot of times I'm just sitting there doing research and gathering ammo for other people. So the ammo is never used for you guys.
You're gathering ammo for other people. Okay, continue.
Right. It's not for you guys. The ammo that I gather is for the idiots that's sitting there trying to tell us how bad Microsoft is doing. They're not doing bad. And I'm talking about Xbox. I keep saying Microsoft. I say Sony, right? I don't have to signify that it's PlayStation that I'm talking about. So when I say Sony, I'm talking about PlayStation. When I say Microsoft, I'm talking about Xbox. Xbox division did 22 billion. Nintendo did 9. PlayStation division did 29. God bless. We on your back. We on your back without selling all the hardware.
I'm still waiting on examples of what I have said results in you saying the
for
PlayStation
you.
leaving.
My arguments are, do I tweet at you? No, I tweet at like J-Dub, and I don't mean to name names, but I tweet at like people that go at me. That's what the my ammo is for. My ammo isn't for my friends and family. I'm not sitting there loading up clips. I'm gonna get at it today. That's not how it goes.
Okay, but did you not refer to me as doom and gloom like 20 minutes ago?
I said the doom and gloom, of course. Tongue in cheek? Are you gonna take that serious and just hold that on your chest? That's much the heart talk. Don't do that.
We gotta get Kid to get his second point off.
Don't you always call me Mustard Heart?
All right, enough for the therapy. Can we get Kid's point now? All right, because I'm waiting to hear Kid's moves.
I have a question because a lot of people are making a big deal about like the revenue, the MAUs. My question is 7 years from now, even though they said it, but based off these percentages been looking, it might make some people nervous because just last year they were confident saying, yeah, we bought that Indiana Jones license, we negotiated, and now it might still be a multi-plat, right? Now, my thing is 7 years from now, Microsoft best-selling publisher, #1 in gaming, but there's no Xbox to enjoy their games on.
Also, your concern is that the Xbox.
So, are you happy? Are you happy as an Xbox fan in that case?
Well, I think we're making.
I think that question was aimed towards me, so I'm just gonna, for context.
All right.
Listen, I'm just gonna answer that. I don't worry about 7 years from now because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So if you think I'm going to sit there and put a wrinkle on my forehead for what's going down 7 years from now, because I couldn't predict COVID, but if I could, a couple of years ago, I would have did something different. I'm worrying about today. What did they tell you today?
Today they ain't got nothing.
Right. So then you literally turn on your console and play absolutely nothing. While I turn on my Game Pass, which is the platform which you should have followed. If you watch Xbox Frontline News, you know Game Pass is the platform, and you will have a lot of stuff to play.
All right. I wanted you to jump out. No, you want to jump
in. Yeah, no, and I feel like I understand where kids coming from, but I feel like a lot of us, a lot of people, in the community, a lot of gamers, hardcore gamers, and the mainstream media still looks at this industry like it was in the 7th generation, 8th generation, like I was saying before. And it's like, so we're out here I'm not saying what we I've ascended, but
Can you explain to me the differences between the generations?
People. First of all, I feel like a lot of the community feels like they're out here battling for Microsoft, trying to help this, mind share. Like they feel like they're like Russell Crowe on the front line of Gladiator, when really all you're doing is like LARPing, like the old medieval times. The console. The industry is completely different today, and it's changing really, really fast. It's because it's interesting when Kid Smooth talks about like what's things going to look like 7 years from now. Because if you look at like trends of technology and like where everything is kind of heading in terms of trends in gaming, trends in terms of like consumer habits and things like that, like this thing that we're talking about is probably be completely behind us in a few years, and everything is just going to be apps, right? Like the streaming thing is going to get better, but beyond streaming, people's tablets are going to be more powerful. The scalability of games is going to be across every device. It's going to happen more and more.
So just to clarify,
I'm sorry, continue.
Just to clarify, you're saying you're like the opposite of King. You're saying you're not worried about what's happening here and now because you know where the future's going. And King's saying he's not worried about the future because he's worried about here and now. Well, is that what's going on here?
No, it's kind of both. I mean, really, to me, what I see is
kid dirty. I'm sorry. Yo, I don't mean to do this, kid. They got you right now. Ask your fat with the V with the. I can't. I just check the ILP Twitter account. They wild. They out of pocket right now. They out of pocket. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. But so what it used to happen is like a new generation started. All the hardcore gamers would take all of their stuff, your console, all your physical games. You would go up to GameStop. You decide where you and your friends are all going to go for a generation. Like Microsoft and Sony aren't seeing that anymore. The reason why like Amy Hood, I believe, was like disappointed with console sales last year is because they stopped seeing new users coming into console. It wasn't because they weren't grabbing PlayStation. So Phil Spencer's been saying since last generation that people in the digital ecosystems, both on Xbox and PlayStation, aren't moving. Like they've already they got digital backlogs, they got the controller they like, they got their friends list. They are not going to move. If they buy a second console, it's not going to help the equation of what third party games they're going to buy.
So all that's going to help. Why would you buy a second console in general? When you go to the market for a second console, what is the key factors? I assume you own more than one console, correct?
I do, yeah. I mean,
why are the reasons you bought those other consoles?
I mean, it is to have all the games, but let me ask.
Okay, but why? According to you, all that should be on one. Is that what you're saying? Because you bought other consoles for other experiences, only on relatable on that experience. Correct? True or false?
Yeah, absolutely.
So then, how do you sell it without the reason that you bought those other consoles?
Well, I guess I would ask the other equation. The other question I would ask is, what is the actual benefit of selling a second console if the only thing they're going to buy in the second console is a handful of your exclusive games, and then they're going to go back to their PlayStations? Like, how is that really profitable?
Smooth. What's a service on Xbox? What's it called?
Game Pass.
So one could say you could use those exclusives as a Trojan horse to get people on your ecosystem to dip into the Game Pass. Would you say that's fair?
Correct.
You could say that, but I would argue that Game Pass is going to become the horse, not the.
But that's not the
It
conversation.
It can't become the
That's
horse
not
until
the
they start selling
conversation here.
Xbox consoles.
You said, what is other reasons to get a second console? I just gave you one.
You're making the assumption that everybody.
Oh, so assumption, have you
Let him finish.
at any time, have you
You gotta let him answer the question.
He's
at any
badgering
time.
the witness.
You gotta let him give him time to answer your question.
No, Attic, I hear where you're going, and I think what Attic is saying is like, hey, if you sell more second consoles, you're going to sell more Game Pass subscriptions. And I think with Microsoft, they understand for the most part that their best chance of growing Game Pass is not on console.
That's
The
what it
people
is.
that buy
Yep.
second consoles for a game or two, they play the game. Like I used the example before, Sony hit their peak when Spider-Man 2, the next gen only game, came out in December. The MAUs dipped by 7 million the next quarter, right? So so really, if all you're doing is losing money selling a console to sell them a game or two, you might as well just go sell them the game or two and not have to take the loss up front. And really, the opportunity to grow Game Pass, and I hear what you're saying, Attic. It's a total fair question. A lot of my friends say the same thing, but I think that you think about it the other way. You got to you almost got to step back and kind of like look at it like this is this isn't like checkers. I don't even know if chess is the right equivalent, but what you want to do is you want to just continue to build up the value of your IPs over the next few years. You want to continue to make that investment in games more viable. So like if you're able to double dip and you're selling to your Xbox customers, your Game Pass, and now you are getting more money from PlayStation users, from Steam users who want to pay full price, all that does is tell Satya and Amy, well, you know what, we can go keep investing because we are now diversifying and we're able to just make money in all these avenues. So let's go buy more companies, or let's go invest in partnerships, or let's take these old IPs and go find some second part, some other Capcom or somebody, and let's get these in the works because we got all these different ways to make money on every single project. So you keep building up the projects. And long term, where the battle in the gaming industry is today isn't in consoles, it's really in the IP mindshare. And you look at the top of the charts on PlayStation and Xbox.
They're the same.
Most of it's
the same
most
games.
of it's old games.
It's the same. It's not the exclusives.
It's Xbox One and
Exclusives don't sell
games.
consoles.
No, they don't, and they've said that for years. And I know people go, well, that's not how it worked for me. And it's like, but most of us that say that made our decisions like years back. And now the reason why like Kids Move and Attic and like everybody else who gets frustrated with this is like, there is because normally as a consumer you just say, oh, if they're making a better product, I'll just go over there. But it's because you have that investment, right? But that's the same for everybody else, and that's what Microsoft sees, and that's what Sony sees too. That's why they will continue to expand in PC, because you're not going to they
console.
They've money headed. They've advertised more than Microsoft. They threw out their best offerings in first party at the beginning of this generation, and their MAUs last quarter are 2 million higher than they were in the last generation, the PlayStation 4. Like that base just is sort of like it's not growing that much, and so
you may say they're not enough, right?
No,
He ain't say all that. He ain't say all that.
Nah, Jim did though.
So let me ask this then.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do agree with you. I feel like exclusives aren't the end of the pie, but they are in the pie when it comes to buying consoles. And I think you don't need to look more past than the PS3. The PS3 was not doing that great, and it still eventually outsold its competition by the end of its generation. Not necessarily when the race started, but by the end they have sold more PlayStation. And what can you collaborate with that? When they started releasing stuff like Uncharted, Last of Us, I would say that dramatically helped it pick up those console sales for that entire generation.
For sure, in the physical era,
there is there's almost zero third-party support on the Switch, and it almost sells entirely on exclusives. So explain to me how that system is able to outsell both the other systems, sometimes combined, off just exclusives with nothing else. There's no Call of Duty over there. There's nothing over there.
You gotta let him
I'd love
answer now.
to.
Just let him answer now. You ask bad questions, but you don't let people answer. Okay.
So what Nintendo did, Nintendo took their monopoly in handheld and combined it with a small console base, and now they rebranded it as a console, and everybody says, well, console grew for Nintendo, but they merged the two, right? Like at the end of the day, they sold a S-ton. Sorry, I make sure. They sold a lot of, remember DSs and that they dominated that market. They combined those two, and so like it's not an apples and oranges in that regard. But the second thing I would say is that Nintendo sells a lot of hardware, but Microsoft is selling making a lot more on the software side. Even though Nintendo has those games that sell 20-30 million, when you look at software and services revenue, they're not even in the same ballpark right now, and that is where all the margin is. It's not, like the reason why they sell you consoles to begin with isn't to sell you if they make a little bit on a hardware, it's gravy, right? Like if you can sell a console and you can make a little bit of profit, it's just a gravy. But most of the time they take losses. It's all about and nobody really is in the business to move billions of dollars of revenue to make no margin on it, right? They do that because it's to sell you software and services where they make big margin. And so like I think that we're like we keep going back to like the old arrows, but
the old era, the Switch is this generation. What are you talking about, old era?
Well, they're completely different thing. But going back to the PS3 thing, you're talking about an era where people every month you were looking at what's new, what's the next game. Every year there was new big games, right? It wasn't the black hole games that basically suck up most
games
of the industry's
service.
attention. We weren't playing games from the PS2, Xbox One era. Like you didn't have more than half the players playing those games at the time. And digital is different than physical. Like when you're when you got a digital library, you feel more. You got more to lose, right? And you build up friends lists, and especially these days where the biggest games are social games, right? Like black hole games are generally social games. You don't want to go play with. You don't want to leave all your friends, right? That you're going to stay there because your friends are there, because your digital library is there, because it's more convenient. There's a lot more to give up and to lose to go from Xbox to PlayStation or vice versa. It's one thing to go pick up a console just to play a couple games. Oh, but yeah, I'll let you jump back.
No. I was just saying, I was agreeing with everything that you were saying, because the smart points that you've made was the distinction between this generation compared to past generations. And I will just say it to analog versus digital. We're no longer in an analog timeline. We are in a digital timeline. And in this digital space, if you don't understand, I'm going to tell you to go to any electronics store. Where the hell is Radio Shack? I want you to go to any electronics store and try to figure out where the hell is the DVDs? Where the hell is the Blu-rays? Oh, what they did was shrunk that, put that to the side next to the kitty litter in the back, because it's over, right? So those metrics that these dudes are trying to use, you keep telling me about how many consoles you sold. But if you sold all these consoles and these dudes didn't, let's say you sold double, right? You supposedly sold 61. Microsoft supposedly sold 31, right? Let's say, just for argument's sake, you guys sold double. How come we're so close and we just sold services? So do you think that we're going to dip down in services when Microsoft and Xbox is a service company and not a hardware company? In their DNA, what did you see Microsoft as? You seen them as a service company. They got in a hardware business, and we all said was, what the hell is Bill Gates doing over here trying to make a video game? And for 20 years, everybody's been saying that guy's getting out of the game. And for the first time, by your own admission, Kid Smooth, they got everything. And you think now old boy is going to get out of the game? No. What he's going to do is change up the tactics. No, he's going to do what Sugar Ray Leonard did to Hagler. I'm not going to fight this guy for a full 3 rounds. every 30 seconds before the round is up, I'm going to beat the brakes off of him. I'm going to step to the corner and sit down. I don't need to knock this dude out. What I need to do is beat him. And they're beating him. When you release Stellar Blade and then you release Sea of Thieves, and Stellar Blade is in the top 5, and you made an exclusive that made your money hat look stupid, right? Because they gave him an old game, a game from a past gone era that was a failed era. They looked at the failed era and said, what can we give them from our backlog? And let's see if it works. The experiment works perfectly. So all that capping that people are doing right now, y'all arguing over weird metrics that makes absolute zero sense. But what was the topic, Cog?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get back to. I was like, as we went off into all this, and I'm like, can we get back to the Indiana Jones part that broke? That's why I was trying, because then I could get my bars.
All right, Indiana Jones is not going. Right, Indiana Jones is not the one that's going to go. All right, what you're going to probably see is Flight Simulator go. Microsoft owns Flight Simulator. Xbox doesn't own Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator has been all over the place. I think Flight Simulator will go. Now, if there's a game of an action game type of thing, because it makes no sense for Flight Simulator not to be over there, right? If it's an action game, I think Redfall in the state that it's in now.
Y'all keep trying to push this red. No, I got a fraud alert on. Nobody ain't taking that.
Real quick, King. I just want your opinion on this. Real
bring
quick.
this dusty sandwiches over there.
Okay,
let's
say it's not Indiana Jones. Do you think there's a realm where it's Hellblade 2?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
Hellblade 2 is a possibility.
It's not just old games anymore. Okay,
well, you think you be having like gotcha moments, and you really don't.
You literally just said we're gonna give them old stuff, and that's not old.
I said they looked back and said, "What can we give them?" Did they give them old stuff? Yes or no? Except for Hi-Fi Rush, you're gonna think that was new stuff, right? You're gonna say that was new stuff. That was an experiment. They were trying to sell. They was trying to sell some stuff.
Throw anything in that realm.
But let's go back to when they first started saying these rumors. Halo, Gears, Forza.
Yeah, those didn't happen.
Last time I checked, bruh, Halo, Gears, and Forza didn't make a move. It was Pentiment, Grounded, Hi-Fi Rush, and Sea of Thieves. It was actually the motley crew of the deck. They say, yo, send these dudes over. They ain't even send the B team, my guy. What they did was look in the room and said, who's able-bodied? And them dudes is in the back next to the kitty litter.
You wild.
And they went. I'm just saying. Of course, they're going to put the best names first. That's sensational. These dudes is media. They're trying to clicks and likes. They want. I put stuff. Yo, you saw my title. It's Black Myth, the next Redfall. Why? I need you to click.
That's what we doing now. I can't with you right now,
but I'm saying what other people what fake dudes won't say.
Okay, keep it real.
Of course, they're gonna say, yo, Starfield coming. How many times they keep saying Starfield coming? Yeah, it's coming over here, but you can go on YouTube and check it out. And y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time. I'm just so sick and tired of you falling for the same trick. It's like Devin Haney falling for that damn left hook the whole fight. Get smooth. Put up your right hand and block the left hook. Stop falling for it.
So just to clarify,
one day I'm going to get my boss.
I know.
One day.
You don't think you don't think it's going to be like any of the like Halo, Gears, Forza. You don't think it's going to be Indiana Jones. What about Hellblade? You said it's a possibility, but would you say that
the only reason why I say Hellblade is a possibility because Hellblade was an established franchise that was already over there. So in those lines, and what Microsoft and Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, first of his name, he still rocks the title. You port beggars out there be trying to take that away from him. He earned that. That's his. ABK is ours. But that's what he said. So that's why they get Doom. This is why they saw Doom and was like, yo, we get Doom too. We never said you wasn't gonna get it, stupid. If you read what he said, Legacy games is gonna make its way over there. Stop looking at our new IPs. So, yo, do me a favor. Get my Indiana Jones out of your mouth.
Do you think these games will never come, or just right now?
That's the question.
I can never. You know what? I can never say never because.
Okay.
I never thought somebody. I never thought somebody would buy Tango. Until the last moment. And we tried to explain it. I think it was, I don't know what show we was on. And you was like, you don't know why these businesses do this stuff and they wait till the last moment. Everybody's waiting for a Hail Mary at the last moment before a decision has to be made. Now, the decision may be a hard decision, but at the same time, you got to look over and say, regardless to what is a business decision, now, does this affect the ecosystem in which I am in?
Okay.
Nothing going over there changes your ecosystem at all. What it does do is take away your fighting points because that dude is over there saying, well,
the Twitter, you take away the Twitter war beef.
God of War ain't go over there, but you done send over that Forza though. And you just sitting there with the face like, I picked the wrong horse.
It's so hilarious that you're the one saying this.
I know, this is kind of funny.
You know why? Because I think critically. I have critical thinking. And that's why my arguments is 98% right.
Oh, God, what percentage?
You don't have critical thinking. You sit there and say they supposed to continue to try to win a war. For 20 years, they did it your way. The first year, they did it my way. And you got a coin verifying my way. And you said it's bad? And everything
they don't like the way your victory feel.
I know. They
don't like the way your victory feel.
Let's clarify. I never said that.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking to Kiss Me.
I never said the way they're doing things wouldn't work out for them as far as a brand, an ecosystem. I was saying it's not going to work out for them as a hardware. That was my thing. That's always been my thing. It's never been about what sells better, what does this, what goes over that. It's about the hardware where my argument was.
It will always be hardware until hardware is no longer necessary. They make enough to do whatever they're doing, right? As we don't have VHS tapes. We don't have Betamax, right? It's not necessary we won't have them. But people worry. This dude said 7 years out. 7 years? Bro, even in financial places, they only give you a 5-year plan. You just tacked on 2 more years that I got to estimate if Microsoft is going to be in this. I don't know if AI takes over tomorrow and shuts down everything.
The Waymos is out there.
Yeah.
Wipes us all out.
That's it. Scotty.
Yeah, yo, Cog, we are so sorry.
I just want to know if I can talk on my podcast. I was like, they ain't care about my turn. They just like, we going to have a discussion without you. King Attic and them. Anyway, look. I was going to start off by saying,
you get it going unlocked. No, I'm joking.
I was going to say that, when we thought initially Forza Horizon 5, I was like, man, that's a tentpole, right? That's a tentpole franchise. And, to Kid Smoon's point, obviously, what's the song, Kid? Halo, Gears, and Forza. Right? Burger, Shake, and Fries, right? Tentpole, these are brands that are associated with the with the console, the tentpole franchises, so to speak. So look, I get it from that's the correct game from if something's going to do well, that's the game that's going to do well. It's the best, arcade style racer. Obviously, the engagement would go crazy kind of thing. And I was just trying to understand, the process as far as the timing, like why now. And I think this is my only confusion with this whole thing is with this new information. If it is Indiana Jones, to Addict's point, the game has not been announced yet for a date for Xbox, right? So the Xbox base doesn't know when they're getting exactly. They know they get it this year, but not exactly. So I guess it doesn't affect me. I'm playing Indiana Jones where I want to play it or the service I want to play it. It's not, I'm mad they're getting it. My issue is, I'm trying to understand the logic of announcing it when you haven't announced it for your own platform yet. Right. Now, that's my only thing, because I do understand that logic, because it's like, man, at least give the Xbox ecosystem the release date, and then you can say later, okay, boom, when you do your business update version 2, the remix, and then you throw that joint out there, you like, okay, here's the next 4 batch, y'all. Here's a 4-pack of Stibby.
Cog. PlayStation can announce it at the secret showcase.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it does feel like a little. I just try to understand the logic of the timing. If it is next week, and you say Indiana Jones December, PlayStation 5 March, it does feel weird. Now, I will say, look, if Disney put pressure on you, okay, fine, but people are going to come back at them and say, bro, you guys said you fought for this to be exclusive. You fought to make this part of the ecosystem. Again, I understand OBM, things change. I know. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm just trying to be fair because I can understand that argument. This is where they get themselves in trouble
bad
with
messaging.
With the messaging, right? I get it. Things change, but people are going to come back and pull up the tape and say, yo, y'all said this, and this was the reason why.
At this point, Carl gets a bunch of contradictions.
Right. So that's where they keep getting themselves. Now, overall longevity, overall survivability, yeah, do what you got to do. I'm with King on that. Like, if it's about, hey, you winning this way, and this is the way you're winning, and they're going to pay $70, and they're willing to pay $70, and Sea of Thieves, they're willing to be the #1 pre-order game on the PlayStation 5, and you got data that proves, yo, this is doing well for you, I get it. The only issue I do think it is fair, this is going to go back to Kid now, is that my issue with it is not that they're doing it. I just don't know the rhyme or reason. It just seems to be a level of randomness to it that is a little frustrating. Is it live service games? Is it, old games, legacy games? It just seems like it's all over. At least we have to admit this, King. Like with PlayStation, we know those games are coming to PC. We tried to tell the PlayStation community, these are coming. No, it's never. And then we saw the format. You're going to get it. And then 6 months later, here come Nixon. Something a year later, here come Nixon and the crew.
Oh, but I did tell you date and date was going to happen this year or next year at the next first party story-driven game. And shout out to Until Dawn. I appreciate you for making me 98% right all the time.
Yeah, and that's it. It just seems, my only issue is I would love when Ryan had Phil on, the IGN post showcase thing. And Phil, so one thing we know, they have said more games are coming. So we can't be surprised. Like they said,
he's gonna show up over
right. We did say because you're ridiculous. His tuck and roll is crazy.
Like, literally, they're getting a lot of games. You're getting Doom. You're getting Call of Duty. You're getting a lot of games. Right. Why y'all keep asking for the same games?
I just would love to understand what constitutes a game to be ported over. What's the thought process? And I get it. Maybe they just don't want to do that right now. Maybe it's a situation where maybe I want the Band-Aid ripped off and just say, yo, just do it. But they just not willing to do that. Or explain why.
Xbox knows. I think they're taking it year by year.
Case by case.
That's my honest opinion.
Like, that's what he said, too.
Yeah, I think they okay, this game makes sense. This game doesn't. But I don't think, because we got that rumor, like it was like the beginning of last year, I remember, or the middle of this year. The middle of this year, not last year, where it was like, there's no line. Remember when apparently an email was leaked where there's no line that they have?
Right.
That's where, when you see stuff like that, and that wasn't supposed to be public.
Right.
But
of course,
it's just like, I will agree with Cog. It's like, a lot of the thing is just the mystery, the smoke. And then when they say one thing, it's like they're speaking out their mouth to say something else.
And I do feel listen, regardless of what, let's say Indiana Jones is the thing, right? And look, it's going to do well on PlayStation. It'll do well on Game Pass, whatever. It's just, again, I'm just trying to understand the logic of why you need to do it now when you haven't established your date yet. And then the last thing I'll say, and we move on, is there's part of me that says, well, maybe Bethesda's internal stuff has shifted. Like, we have to admit, them acquiring Bethesda as a publisher who are used to already porting games to PlayStation, them acquiring ABK who are already used to porting games to PlayStation, those two do seem like the logical fits if they're going to be porting more games to do those first, right? But, so I'm like, okay, I thought my theory was sound, but then Sea of Thieves is an Xbox Game Studio game, right? So it's just all over the place.
I think that would be the biggest thing, if they came out there and like, look, Sea of Thieves was, that's because it was a games as a service, but going forward, anything Xbox Game Studio, that's for Xbox. And then I think once you draw that line, but you know everything else is coming to Game Pass, so okay, now we know what's going on. Unless something else happens, I do think this conversation will start to die.
Yeah.
But it's just like, oh, that's it. These are the example games. Oh, this game's coming now. Like, this game's coming now. Like,
right.
Yeah.
And that's all. I mean, and look, I get what y'all saying with the console stuff. And look, there are going to be some people that's going to say, look, oh, great. Oh, it's coming up. I'll wait. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, I won't necessarily get the Game Pass stuff. And to your point, King, they don't care. Like, they like, all right, cool. You pay $70, to OBM's point, you pay $70 for that. Great. And that's where they at. I'm a firm believer. What's the expression, King? When your mama say when someone tells you who they are, believe them. Yeah, they are telling me who they are. So I am done past fighting with it. You know, why they doing it? I guess my thing is they're doing it. I just want to understand the logical sum of the decision. That's
and they're Ubisoft for the console. So shout out to them.
The problem with your thought process, it sucks because they use it against you very hard. And I pause, and I look over, and I'm like, "Damn, I got to defend my guy." But then you say stuff like that, I can't defend. Like I just got to look at you and just shake my head and move over to the left and be like, "Yo, it is what it is, right? The mustard heart is in there,
That's such a crazy analogy. They're Ubisoft.
I mean, it's a kid's point. It's a kid's point. We've never seen this before.
But
we've never someone operating like a third party.
Doesn't Ubisoft have a subscription service?
But still have a console and still committed to making console and expanding to other devices. But again,
let me Kid Smooth. Was you looking for the acquisition for ABK?
No.
Was you down for the acquisition? You say no, right?
No. When it happened, I was shocked.
When they said they was gonna go get them, was you running around the house screaming, "Call of Duty's is mine, and you're never gonna get it"?
He said, "Oh yeah,
all right,
okay." Doing that because he called me and said,
"All right." So you do know the moment they got the largest third-party developer in the world, what did you think they were going to do? Like in the mind space, how are you going to tell the board, right? We went out to acquire the largest third-party developer to say we're going to lock it down to our console that hasn't sold more than the competition.
Hey,
but listen, for 20 years, right? And Game Pass subs has kind of plateaued in a way that we got to do creative things like raise prices on tiers and move people over and stop this program and move this program here. Do you think logically, I'm just talking about logic thinking, as you are Bill Gates now, you are the head of the $3 trillion company that scrapped their way to get there. You got ABK. Are you locking it down to Xbox?
I'm gonna tell you this. I would have done what Matt Booty thought they were gonna do: spin Sony out of business.
Who's to say they not spending them out of business right now? But I'm just asking you because you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer it. You duck, you move, you weaved, and I'm coming at you again. What would you do as Bill Gates? And I know he's not the head, but you understand. As hypothetically, as Bill Gates, you got ABK. Are you locking it down to the third place hardware selling console that you own?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
And you know what you're gonna do? You know what you're gonna be? You're gonna be Bill Gates. Because you know what the board did? Got his ass out of there and told him to go and buy farms and make mosquitoes because you cannot run this company. And that's why Satya is there. And I believe in Phil Dominus, Maximus Aurelius Spencer, and Satya in them, and not Bill.
This is the same Satya that pretty much created a monopoly on phones by bowing out with his tail tucked between his legs.
Listen, God bless. But you over there on the farms.
So can we at least acknowledge what was said during the court hearings? Because during the court hearings, it sounded like they wanted to lock exclusives. That during the court hearings, they said stuff like that.
Well,
so
they didn't actually, and we also are watching. Right, dudes don't watch the world. Like y'all don't. Yeah, I like literally what they're going
I
after.
feel you on that, but that's coming from their mouth directly. When Phil Spencer was testifying, like
they're going after Google and stuff right now. And Microsoft is looking at what they're trying to obtain. They trying right now is an ownership deal. It's an IP thing. He who owns the most at the end of this game wins, right? And that's how it's going to be. It's going to be intellectual properties is going to be the rule of the day. And he who has the most is going to be able to dictate pace. It's not he who sold the most hardware. It is he who can take the intellectual properties and leverage it to as many spaces as possible to make as much money as possible.
It's a future
and that's how it works.
Yeah,
right.
But that wasn't had. I was saying I don't blame Smooth and me for having the mindset of what they were originally using the ABK for, because I agree with you. The moment ABK and that deal was signed, everything dramatically changed with Xbox. Like, yeah, it's clear as day. Everything, but huh?
I said it's sped up. I think that's the one thing we always miss.
No, I think it changed entirely. There was I think the same people leaking stuff accurately right now said that Doom was originally an exclusive.
Agree. What I'm saying is that I think Microsoft always had plans to go down this road, but ABK sped them up and moved that up a few years. So and they said that their strategy never changed. It just moved up. They cut out a few years of the timeline where they would have had exclusives and focus on the console for a little bit, but they just now they're moving to where they were planning to move down the road.
Yep.
Okay.
I think this is always in the plan.
I disagree, but I'm not going to continue going in circles on that. But my thing is, like, when you look at something like the way they were handling that particular court hearing, I do feel like it's logical for people to think that they were buying that for the console, because they started bringing up stuff like PlayStation locks down all these titles. They brought up Square Enix. They brought up a lot of stuff. Oh, we're buying this for exclusivity because that's the reason the Indiana Jones thing was talked about during it. Like, to me, you can only go off what you hear. You can only go off what you see and what you're told. And all that we've been hearing and telling for is just so many mixed messaging. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they open up the Windows Phone next month.
I believe you in the sense of saying this. Intent and purpose is two different things, right? They had intent. They had intent, bro. Like, they had intent. No.
Confirmed.
Listen. They had intent to do all of that stuff. To move in the same console fanboy way, to lock stuff down, to grab it up. You get nothing. I'm doing the same thing that you've done to me for 20 years. Right? The FTC said, boy, if you do that, you get Nathan. And you know what he said? I ain't gonna beat him up. I promise. Scout's honor. I'm gonna make sure that I help him along. So it went from we gotta kill Kong to, hey, somebody go get him an arm brace and fix his tooth because this dude is a little busted up. And right now, they send over those 4 games. So when the FTC looks over and says, well, they did say that they weren't going to lock down exclusive stuff like Call of Duty, what they was doing with their Call of Duty deal, everything is parity. Now, all is fine in the world. And you got 4 games. So the FTC can leave them alone and it can go about business in dominating the world with the sneaky, underhanded stuff that they're going to do, right? So when they go and get Square and they go and buy somebody else, you know what the FTC going to say? They were good the first time. They will be good the next time. I
don't think the FTC going to be good with anything.
Listen, previous behavior is an indication of future behavior. So if Microsoft was willing to give those 4 games up, the FTC would say, well, that will be indicative of future behavior, i.e. the speculation of how many games or what games are going now. That's an indication from what they did in the past. So I understand the speculation and the fact that y'all are afraid, but there's absolutely nothing to fear, right? Because Indiana Jones ain't going. They're going to get Flight Simulator.
Going against Jazz.
Listen, they're gonna get Flight Simulator, and dude's gonna be like, "Yo, King be bugging," but he was right though.
I'm saying that Indiana Jones next week.
Well,
We gonna see.
Tuesday, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
At this point, next Sunday, if it's announced this week, it might not be announced this week.
I'm gonna tell you, if it's announced, the T-shirt game is gonna be bumped. T-shirt game, 98% right. It's gonna be me standing over a whole bunch of media, and it's gonna say 98% right. Enough said.
We're gonna see how it plays out, but we have to move on. This topic
This is crazy.
Wow, crazy. All right, super chats right quick. Shout out to Whippy, $2 super chat. No negative or positive. We got that. ODG the Toy Man, $2 super chat. Oh man, don't do this. Jez must be late on his rent. Saying this again. Come on, be respectful. Be respectful.
Nah, it wasn't
Wimpy, $2 super chat. Hi King, LOL. Wimpy,
it.
yo, Wimpy the $2 chat. My cat is BBC for Big Black Cat. I can't with him. We're gonna move on.
I'm a dog guy.
I think
come here, Bella.
Hargeet is with King.
Tell Wimpy to get out of here.
Hargeet is with King. He said Xbox paid to make indie exclusive after the Zenny acquisition, and Xbox said games would only be considered for other platforms after at least a year or more. Does it seem like this is accurate? Okay. He's with King there. Nerds and Other Legends, $5 super chat. With Microsoft putting less of an emphasis on console and hardware, does the panel think this sets up Sarah Bond and her team for failure? I would just say no. If the emphasis is less on hardware and less is monthly active users and put it on different platforms, I think.
Who the hell said they put a lesser emphasis on hardware? Like, where is this narrative streaming from? It's crazy.
It's only because the hardware is not doing well.
It's just like Carto said. You know, when your mom tells you, you gotta believe it sometimes. You know, they tell people to go everywhere else to play. They tell you don't need a console to play the biggest games coming out that year. So sometimes you just gotta listen to them. They don't want to be with you anymore.
It's okay. It's not from a lack of trying to sell hardware that hardware isn't selling. Before that narrative came out of you could play it on Amazon, you could play it on TVs, that they were trying their best. They the only ones putting out custom skins and custom controllers and all this stuff, trying to entice you to hardware. So the fact of the matter is they tried it y'all way. All you console warriors, I'm ascended. I'm a platform warrior. All
Clearly.
you console warriors.
It's like he got the holy word. Like you know what I'm saying? You know them dudes that they turn Muslim now and they want to act. Right. They was in jail with you doing dirt, but now he want to come home and he want.
I've been saved.
Yeah.
No. Yo, God. Bean pie, my brother.
Yeah. You was just doing dirt with me last week, and now you want to come here and talk about you seeing the light now.
Listen, what they want to do is these dudes want list war
Went
material.
from robbing fools to saving fools.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, you got to turn the leaf someday.
we is robbing the bank now. You talking about God is with this. You one of them dudes. I know them dudes.
I'm just saying, man. The truth.
There's a reason he keeps using that to wipe the sweat off his forehead.
Yo,
King is a wild boy.
Listen, because I bleed green. This
That
was
man
white.
said I was ascended. He got the holy word. He good now.
I try to tell dudes all the time. These dudes is, why are you? You know what your argument is, kids, and I'm gonna give you a little gem.
All right, let's go.
Your argument is the things that they can't do. Because you know what they arguing with you about? The things that you can't do. You can't sell 61 million consoles as fast as they can. But you be like, yo, how's your MAUs doing? Right? How's your MAUs doing? Oh, yo, how's your services doing, B? Like, yo, what's your portfolio developers? You got to have a different argument than trying to sit there and talk about, okay, yeah, we didn't sell that. Don't agree with them. That's right. I'm going to knock on your door and give you a fire stick. I'm just telling you.
Your boy got that watchtower.
I can just see King right now at someone's door, and they're like, "Well, I don't need this." And he's like, "Well, you don't need the console." And he just pulls out a fire stick. We can go from your TV.
Listen,
That's
man,
right.
that man ascended.
Do you got $50? They say, yeah. Throw a fire stick in his hand. Give me the $50. I'm out the door. Go get Game Pass. We good money. But what do PlayStation? What would PlayStation do? oh, well, what you could do is save up because they raised the price on the console. What you could do is save up, and we do have a console for you. Listen, bro, we have ascended. You're different than this. Stop worrying about the little console dude. You're different, bro.
All right. Super chat. This is Kid Smooth. Remember 50 Buff. He said Xbox releasing multi-plat games would hurt a lot less if Sony Interactive Entertainment did the same thing with select games. That's the only fix. Xbox being no. Damn, the whole it's a bad look. Oh, damn. Okay, kid, went in. You gonna like the next topic, kid.
They want.
Smooth, did you spell that out, or did you?
No, he blocked it. He blocked it. He did it. He did it good. He did it smooth.
They want.
No, I was curious if YouTube did it or.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
I said.
I did that. I blocked it out because it's.
Appreciate you.
I said past behavior is indicative of future behavior. Sony in the past ain't never give you nothing. They ain't even give their fan base anything. They damn well sure ain't gonna bring you no games until they dead or dying. I think they will rather be purchased by somebody else than put their games over here. And that MOB the show is killing them.
God Empress Sofa King, remember 10 months. In my opinion, PlayStation will be getting mud stomped right now if Microsoft haven't artificially been keeping their competition alive by supplying them games. King. They want Kong to die. They don't want Kong to die. You wanted Kong dead. But you ascended now. You ascended.
I want Kong dead.
Yeah, that's before you got the holy word. Remember, you wanted Kong dead. You was about violence and destruction at that point.
I'm still Malcolm Xbox in my soul. So I want dudes to understand by any means necessary. By any means necessary, we're gonna get this done.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if I slide a poison pill over there for you, just real good economics, really quickly. You have $70, and you got to make a choice that month, and you have a PlayStation exclusive game. And then you have an Xbox game that launched over there. If it's 50-50 and the Xbox game sells 50-50 to their first party game, that's a poison pill that takes away from their bank, that doesn't allow them to do all the stuff that they were doing before. So the more you infest them with your software, the software company infest them with more
you chose your
software.
horse. You chose your horse.
When they look over and say, we're not making money off of consoles, but we're supposed to make money off of software, and Microsoft's main product is multiplayer type games, and they get over there and they infest them with it. And those are games that you keep putting money in. You don't have money to go buy the next Astro Bot or whatever. You suck in Sea of Thieves because you like to do the slave dance every 4 hours. And I'm telling you this, that's a detriment. That's a detriment because, of course, if they send God of War over, that's a point of purchase. There's nothing else after that. But Sea of Thieves, there's stuff going on. You're buying skins, you're buying seasons, you're buying stuff, and you're constantly interacting with that. And that changes the zeitgeist over there. You got to look at how a poison pill actually works. And I told dudes, be careful what you wish for. These dudes talk about we want Forza. Why? So your Gran Turismo can die? Did you see the tool? Because I know for one, I'm not going to give $70 to Gran Turismo. I'm going to buy Forza Horizon 5. So keep on wishing for our games at the detriment of yours, but it's going to be a problem. And when y'all look over at me and hashtag no PlayStation 6, I told you.
We remember. All right, we did all Friends Quest with the Indiana Jones in a great circle trying to get Square and X. Blue, $2 super chat. I wouldn't bet on emotions-based jazz. Doesn't seem emotions-based. Seemed like an article. Wimpy, $5 super chat. Why would they care? Billionaires only care about the money. Well, there's some truth to that. Wimpy again. Does Kid need a warrior? I think when he was at the Warriors day, he was in his bag. ODG, the Toy Man, $2 super chat. Xbox is winning by making the industry a customer. He's spitting king bars. Those are ascendant bars,
bro.
All right. Hargeet Shani, $10 super chat. So, Xbox is increasing revenue like crazy. I said this for more MAUs than anyone, more console. Yet we said this. And all right. Jay Rembert, $10 super chat. For the love of God, look at Sony's financials. They make a lot of revenue, but make literally no profit. Does anyone think that's sustainable? Xbox will be the market leader in a year. All right.
Yep. Next year, next fiscal period. I told you. Remember, I said Jim was going to be gone at that next fiscal period. This next fiscal period, we're going to be the leader.
Paraf, remember, for 6 months. It's mid-August, and Xbox has only had one first-party game and no second-party games. If Forza comes to PlayStation, I'm mostly done with Xbox. Xbox love let down. Not feeling it.
That sucks.
DJ, follow super chat. Xbox has better financials than ever, but the games aren't better than ever. How does the money benefit the only thing that matters?
Okay, you talking about $1 trillion company? That's the only thing that matters. It's the money. Listen, Satya actually came out and said Sony said a month before that, well, a couple of months before, that they had 123 monthly active users, and we thought it was capped. And then Microsoft came out and said we have 500 million. So you got to see where it's at, man. Trust me, man. It's not the same.
All right. Tyson Lewis, member for 33 months. At the end of the day, Xbox dudes want their get back, and seeing the trajectory means they won't get that back. Get back. I think that's a kid going through right now.
No, that's the get back. The get back is you done got Game Pass. You pay your $20. You get everything that you want in there. That game show up in their store, it got a price tag, my guy. Like they walking out the store and somebody grabbing them by the collar, my man, you got to pay for that. So nobody's my manning you.
They gonna follow them through the store, making sure they don't
That's
shoplift.
right. That's
Shoplifting.
Right. You buy or you leave. That's them type of dudes. You got it. You got a black card. You good. Stop worrying about those dudes.
JD Gamer, tell our super chat. Let's make this clear. I refuse to run around like my hair is on fire, listen to they're the words again. Pony and Ponybug spreading FUD in the weekly doom of Xbox as Xbox financials are better and better and their IPs pile up. All right, he's on it. Markman 05 $5 super chat. Finally, it makes more sense for customers to have one console to play everything. More money in your pocket. Xbox makes more money if everyone plays. He's on that. All right, and then we got Danny Patchett official $5 super chat. The future is not about the hardware. It's about the games. I was playing Call of Duty multiplayer on my Ally X at a barbershop using my phone, internet, zero lag. All right. Mm-hmm. JD Gamer, Xbox $5 super chat. Xbox is not leaving gaming. There's too much money in it for them. But console gaming will just change the way that buying music and watching TV changed. Yeah. JD Gamer $5 super chat. Again, too many people forget that the only purpose of selling hardware, especially at a loss, was to sell more software so Nintendo's $9 to Xbox $20. RDJ, $5 super chat. If every platform has the same Sinister 6, then the only thing that separates them is the exclusive. It still matters. Then we got RR99 Rukin. The Switch is most people's second console. Mm-hmm. All right. Danny Patchett, official $2 super chat. By the way, my phone connection was 4 lines only. All right, you on that Ally X, we feel you. JD Gamer, $5 super chat. At the end of the day, what we have here is the age-old argument of people wanting things to just stay the same, a la console sales and exclusives. JD Gamer, again, $5 super chat. So, Smooth, what would you rather be the dude that looks good, all nice and flashy, or the dude that is good that is actually sitting on stacks and stacks? Kid, that one's for you.
If I'm Microsoft, whatever. But if I'm, as a fan, I want Xbox to supply me with, I want selfishness. I want exclusives.
I want what's best for me. Yeah. He said, I want selfishness. JD gave it $2 super chat. Oh, here we go. But by the way, pathetic pork-begging pony still got no games. All right, he's in the street, Xbox Frontline. All right, then we got Infrablade, $10 super chat. I've been saying this for years. Microsoft's mission is to be in every household. Hasn't truly changed. To do so means meet our people where they spend their time. This means be available, period. He's on it. All right, then we got JD Gamer. He outside, $10 super chat. Put up your dukes, stiffen your spine, hit the gym, hold the line, do all those things. That's what you do. But never, ever pony buy and spread FUD because they got to you. Xbox says all the games are here. Yo, he is outside, man. He is really fighting a good fight with King out here. Spartan661, $10 super chat. Most of the Activision games is licensed, and it takes time and money to reinstate them. I'm pretty sure most of these games are going to be multi-platform when released. New IPs can be exclusive to Xbox. Okay, interesting. Nice Ice Robbie, $10 super chat. Thank you for the entertaining Sundays, brothers. Question: as a multi-platform gamer, I hope the future prevents companies from selling me multiple licenses for the same games. Do you guys agree? I would agree with that.
Yes, I want to buy my game one place and it's able to be in Epic, wherever I game at. And I think the only company that's probably trying to make that possible is Xbox. But it's going to take one of these big games of service to dictate that, right? So, you know, you have Fortnite, which is free to play, and then you have the other stuff that's going through it. But it's going to take a big game of service to dictate something, because Fortnite made sure everybody had crossplay. All right. So that it's going to be a big game of service that's going to change.
Infrablade, $10 super chat. Microsoft is listening to Bruce Lee. Be water, my friend. Fluidly place and establish Xbox everywhere. Xbox is PC, console, mobile, Fire Stick, Steam Deck, isms, MetaQuest. All right, Black Ronin with the $5 super chat. PlayStation has no games. Concord DOA like the Jay-Z song. Wukong looking rough on their console. But let's talk about Xbox issues. Sarcasm. King TTMS. I'm going to leave that one alone.
That's right. Talk my mess, baby.
All right. Salute to Sartin661 with the memberships. Oh, hold on. Fonz Game. Fonzarelli, the only $5 chat. He said, as a PC gamer first these days, I'm loving how even PlayStation is adopting the platform. Let's go. That was messy, Fonz. I see you. I see you. All right. Finally. Through this topic. Jesus. All right, moving on. All right, this was me. No, actually, this was technically solved. All right, Final Fantasy 16, y'all. We got a report. Shout out to WCC Tech. Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox is # going to happen. Known leaker says. All right, and this is supposed to be released. Obviously, we know it's released on PlayStation 5, but Square Enix has not announced any additional locations other than PC port. But on Reset Era, Nate Drake, I believe that's Nate the Hate, right? I believe it's the same guy. Or maybe I'm confused. Talked about the latest main entry in the series coming to the Xbox console, saying that it is going to happen without adding much more. So they were talking about that in the thing, and then the quote was out. And basically, someone just said, yeah, they've already, they wanted to know when it was going to come to PC. Now that they basically would say, hey, now that more Xbox games are going over to PlayStation, he said, I think it's only fair that Final Fantasy comes back in. I've already played them on PlayStation 5, but it's not fair when Xbox is losing exclusives and all the fans want in return is Final Fantasy 16. In response to that, Nate Drake, famous league, I guess, track record, says Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox is going to happen. Just waiting for Square to announce it. So this is the news. Let's start with Kid, man. This is, you've been wanting Sony games on Xbox platforms. How are you feeling about this?
Final Fantasy 16, don't you?
This is more so the principle. It should have been on Xbox in the first place. It's not like a Sony IP. That and Forspoken. I think Forspoken and Final Fantasy 16 should come and release as a double pack on Xbox. They're due.
Double pack. Double pack.
But no. This is just Square Enix finally, like, you know, reaping what they sow and finally, you know, standing on actual real business, because the last president was a fanboy. So that pretty much what's that about. I'll try it. Like, the reason why I say I'll try it because I'm not a fan of Final Fantasy in general, but I think a lot of people, what people complained about regarding this Final Fantasy is what would make me play it, because it's more of a action RPG. It's not like that's all it is. If you take Final Fantasy name off of this game, it would have flopped. Like it flopped.
Apparently it did flop.
It would have flopped in general. But I'm interested in it because it's like, okay, it just plays like a regular action, you know, RPG game. So I'll give it a try. You know, hopefully they give it some Game Pass love. But believe it or not, I'm actually more interested in Forspoken than I am Final Fantasy.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I've been like, I would have bought it a while, but I just can never find it on sale. I wonder, because the thing is, I won't buy it on Steam. I wanted to buy it for the because it's actually technically on the Xbox store on PC, and it has achievements and everything. So, but they still want 70 beans for it. So I'm like, they might have to, you know. I think that will end up in Game Pass too, because they had to get into a partnership with Microsoft for the direct storage promotion, and because Microsoft and Xbox is technically the only platforms that have that, but so they used it for the PC port version of it. But no, I think this is dope. It's still not as good as like I really want PlayStation to do. Like, you know what? No, Spider-Man remasters a little old. Let's throw that over there. Let's throw Helldivers 2 over there.
You want reparations? What you doing? What are we doing, son? You want some payback? Like, you feel this is owed to you?
Yes. Yeah. I think.
Why is it owed to you? Might I ask?
Again, this is me in my immature state. You know what I mean? There's still some like
a lot of caveats.
I gotta call it what it is. When it comes to console gaming, I am extremely immature, and I'm still very well in my fanboy ways.
So, are we supposed to listen to you talk, or are we supposed to dismiss you because you said you're talking like a fanboy?
But I think because I'm not the only one, I think what I'm saying will resonate with some folks out there who feel the same.
So you said you're not the only crazy person.
I'm not the only one thinking like this.
Okay, yeah. Crazy person.
But I think it would be helpful. Like I feel like it will put the industry at ease and everybody.
Why the industry gotta be at ease?
The industry is unrest because Sony didn't bring anything home.
That's what it says. It's an imbalance in the force, King.
we gotta balance out.
We gotta balance out the force. Xbox is doing too much giving, and now PlayStation. You know he need that Helldivers. We got to get that Helldivers over. Then we gonna ease Kid Smooth.
We need to start snitching because Sony was snitching. We need to balance out the force.
There needs to be the balance, because the thing is, the problem is that, and I hate to keep going back to this, is that when games are, if other developers and publishers not respecting your platform and to like just skip games and just openly say, you know, or just openly delay games for no apparent reason and prioritize the platform, and then you turn around and provide for the other platform, it just makes your platform the weakest link to play on, and people and publishers are avoiding it, and then not all publishers are agreeable with the Game Pass model unless they get that bag, and so it puts Xbox in a unique situation that isn't favorable, and that's what really makes it like tiresome.
I heard the other thing from developers that I interact with. Every developer said they have submitted their product to Game Pass, and they're waiting to see if their submission would be accepted. There's a waiting list, and sometimes dudes get the, "Nay, no, my brother, you ain't that big." But I understand what you're saying. Like, you're saying people are missing it on purpose. I highly doubt somebody's turning down money. It's not like their game go inside Game Pass and they be like, "Nope, you can't sell it."
But we gotta admit the Game Pass bags are getting less and less now that you got ABK, you got Bethesda.
But you know why now? Is because they have.
Right.
Like that's when you don't have, you go out and buy, and you're spending more money. Sometimes you overspend, right? Jim and them didn't have games of service, so they went out and overspend for Bungie. We know that happened, but we understand what the place it came from, desperation and panic. We feel that, right? We feel that. Sometimes it goes bad, right? So we're not going to do desperation panic. Let's calm down. The world is not going crazy because PlayStation games ain't coming over. We good.
All right. OBM, Final Fantasy 16, rumors to Xbox. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, man. Well, for context.
Watch your words. Watch your words, sir.
So one of the things I would point out, and I was kind of talking about this a little bit earlier this year, that I thought it was interesting. When I went to buy the Yakuza Infinite Wealth, how cross buy, cross play, cross save, all that stuff. It was really interesting because like you step back and think about like where they were last generation with the Japanese publishers.
Oh yeah.
We didn't have Persona. We didn't have Yakuza.
Facts.
They lost Final Fantasy. They didn't have Street Fighter. Monster Hunter World just came in towards the end of the generation. So like, it's an interesting trend because, and I mentioned this because, one of the things that Phil said like last year, and I know a lot of got scoffed out a lot on Twitter, and I understand why he did, but he said, hey, the Japanese developers really need to work with us. They need us going towards the future. And and it's interesting here because if if Square is going to start bringing end the money hat thing, and they're going to start bringing all these games over to Xbox, one of the things we always keep talking about is they're not selling a lot of consoles. It doesn't seem like they're growing there. They don't have any presence over in the East. And I think one of the things that Microsoft has really sold to these publishers out in Japan is the importance of if you want to grow beyond just where your base is, we don't have any presence out there. Yeah, you're going to sell a lot less here, but this is where your growth opportunity is, because we do have a good foothold in North America, in a lot of the Western areas, and a lot of gamers in those side that have been Xbox gamers over the years maybe aren't as apt to purchase Japanese software. But one of the things we heard with Sega was when they did that deal with Microsoft to throw those games into Game Pass.
Oh, yeah, they love what
we saw. Yeah, they said in their financial call that helped them out. That I think has helped them gain a little bit of traction amongst people that they never considered their games before. So, and you look at Final Fantasy, just like a lot of old IPs, a lot of these really the kings of the old eras have lost traction, amongst Gen Z doesn't care about them. Gen Alpha probably never will care about them. And it's what are we going to do to build up these IPs? And so they have to look beyond where they're at. So, and I look at something like a Game Pass opportunity, like what Sega had. And, we were talking all this time today about exclusives and one of the points a lot of my friends will make is you say they're going to be like Netflix, it's Game Pass, but but HBO or Max doesn't put Game of Thrones on Netflix. I'm but you can go buy the DVD set, right? But we all think that's crazy, because why would you go buy the DVD set when you can just go pay a small subscription fee and play it? And I think that's exactly where this is heading. I think with those younger generations of gamers, the best chance you're going to have to maybe get them to try a Final Fantasy or a Yakuza or any of these things is going to be through something that's a really low barrier to entry. Maybe it's not the reason you go to that service, but it's in that service. So, so yeah, I could see this. I could see right now, this is just another sign, another piece of information that's kind of showing a trend that, despite all the doom and glooming that we're seeing with the console sales, somehow the publishers that would have you would think would have the least success on the platform, which is Japanese publishers, are increasing their support. So you got to wonder what the heck's going on there, right? So so yeah, I'm seeing this as just another sign that maybe they're selling something to these developers that goes beyond the here and now, whether that's streaming, whether that's Game Pass, whether that's something else. They are growing that support, and so this would be another great sign that they're stepping in that direction. And I think the last thing I would say is that now when you look back towards where we were last generation, once Final Fantasy, that deal is over, and I know that's big. And once that deal ends with Sony, and I know that they probably have the remakes all extended. But once that's over, really the last big IP that's not on the platform is Genshin, right? And outside of that, they've kind of covered. They've gone and figured out a way to get all these developers and publishers back on board that really have ignored the platform for a decade. So you got to think that there's probably something big in the works that's changing, that's getting them to buy into this.
I know what it is.
Too funny. Oh no, you're jumping out. I was gonna get his balls off.
Oh yeah, no. I'll let you be the host. Because we done been messy all day.
Final Fantasy 16, your favorite Final Fantasy, the one you champion with your chest. You say it's the truest, the most pure. Oh, he don't say that.
I've officially, I get it, chat. No more doom and gloom. Final Fantasy 16 is the greatest Final Fantasy ever made. I just beat Rebirth, and the whole time I was thinking while playing Rebirth is, why wasn't this Final Fantasy 16?
Lies.
There is nothing that even touches Final Fantasy 16. When I play this, man, it's like I'm ascending. I'm ascending. Everything about Final Fantasy 16 is just on another level. The graphics, the combat.
Welcome aboard.
This guy here.
Everything, man. I love it.
So what about coming to Xbox? They hate saying it's going down. Definitely.
Oh, as good as Final Fantasy is, and as good and as amazing as 16 is, Xbox, you guys are in for a treat with this one. I hope you guys love this. It's like chef's kiss.
So Primo said, why can't you have this attitude towards Xbox hardware?
Oh no! See, I'm learning, guys. This is
it. You've ascended. You sound like you ascended. It sounds like the holy word that came down to you right now.
What do they call? Turned a new leaf. I've turned a new leaf.
Definitely.
I've
You're
turned
bad
a new
right
leaf. Final Fantasy 16 is the worst Final Fantasy that's ever been made. Okay, that game doesn't have any elemental system. Look. Is it have a like an M-rated kind of story? Yes, but most Final Fantasies are M-rated. It's just most of it was text. You didn't know it. Like there was literally Final Fantasies where entire nations was getting nuked off the map. So it's just like, but regardless, even though I'm not the greatest fan of 16, I still want it on the platform because it's an important brand, and to me, Square Enix cannot get mad if games don't sell on Xbox when you spoon feed us the games on Xbox. So it's like, if you want to build an audience for the Xbox brand, Square, release them on Xbox. Don't sit here and give me Crisis Core, and then it's like, oh, this is cool, man.
The prequel.
Oh, I gotta play it somewhere else. Nah, like, and I would like for Microsoft to go above and beyond and like work with Square Enix and get it in Game Pass, but at this point it's like, just let it be on Xbox. I do think it would be better for it to be on Game Pass, just to get the to give it more of a chance, because to me it's like it missed the platform by like a year, maybe by the time it comes out too. So it's just like, to make it up to the Xbox ecosystem. Square Enix, I don't care if you have to take $1 to put that in Game Pass. You better make it up to it. Just like the Kid Smooth said, you owe me that.
Yeah, guys, what they get back.
But that's pretty much it. I love Final Fantasy 16. It was disappointing in a lot of ways. It's not like it's a bad game. But from Final Fantasy periods, I don't consider it a good Final Fantasy. It's like I consider, the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, you've always been consistent with that.
Fallout, like they're good games on their own.
You just don't feel
but when
the
you
purity
compare
of
them
it,
to their predecessors, they fall short. Like 16 is a great game to get adrenaline junkies like Kid Smooth to try the franchise out. But he's gonna have a rude awakening when it's like, I think I'm actually gonna try this, and he plays something else in the Final Fantasy line, and he's scratching his head. Well, I don't get what this is going. So, but I do feel like it is a good entry. It's a little bit more like Devil May Cry than anything, and maybe people would be more given to try Final Fantasy games. I do think Remake and Rebirth are more like Final Fantasy 16 than something like a 10 would be, or a 9. So. And I feel like Rebirth and Remake are the best you're going to get to more traditional Final Fantasies, because they have tactical mode where you could slow time down and actually decide what you want to do.
No doubt. Lord King, the streets are talking. Final Fantasy 16 definitely going to happen. Xbox.
I think I told people this. How long ago I told them that? I told them that, right? Didn't I tell them that? All right. So I told dudes I expected to see Final Fantasy 16 at the June show, and dudes clowned me like Addict. Addict was like, "Ha 98% right. You're not right, boy." But they had a slot for the June show, and then they didn't have a slot, and now they got a slot over here at Gamescom. And I'm told, don't temper your expectations. buckle your seatbelt because it's about to get crazy. And if you thought June was something, we're about to get buck bananas. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And then I hear, dudes coming out and saying something that I said a couple of months ago. They do that a lot. I'm cool with it. Mm-hmm. I'm used to it already. Y'all watch Xbox Frontline News and say, what I'm going to talk about today? Oh, Mr. 98% said this. I'm going to throw that out there and see if it stick. Anyway, it's going to come over. Mm. Did you see their financials? They broke.
You know what's square?
They broke. So, all right, cool. We put it on PC. Who else can we finesse? Like, who else can we get this on? Nintendo looking at us like we cannot handle nothing y'all got going on. Unless you want to have stick figures running around doing summonses on a black and white piece of paper.
Oh man, not the composition notebook with the stick figure and the
this
pages.
Ain't Breath of the Wild Final Fantasy 16 edition. That ain't happening. So Nintendo's automatically off the board. My boy Phil Dominus Maximus, a really expensive first of his name, was out at what? SquareCon, whatever that was.
Oh, and
they pulled my man on stage. Mm-hmm. What? He walked out like Ty Howard with the leather.
Yes, sir.
What was happening? What was going on? He wasn't there for issues and giggles, boy. They was making deals. So the old CEO was out. You saw the young dude? My good friend, Phil Spencer. And he said, Phil looked over and said, whoa. It's Phil Dominus Maximus, really expensive first of his name.
Wow.
If you don't say it right, don't call me.
He said,
"No, I don't think those games is going inside Game Pass. I don't think that."
Okay,
so it would be nice if it did. Even if it doesn't, I'm going to buy Final Fantasy 16 because why?
To be messy.
Oh hell yeah.
Yes.
The same way. The same way I'm getting Kenna. Just to be messy, right? I got your boo-boo. How about you two? This is what's happening. You got hostages, and so will I. Like this is how we doing it over here. Right?
This is a hostile taker. What are we doing with the game?
You will sit there. I will pull up your games too and be like, yeah, hand over Spider-Man or Final Fantasy gets it.
Don't you love how he went from being all innocent last topic?
I told you I'm Malcolm Xbox. Yo,
right here, man.
Listen. The fact of the matter is this: they got to make bread. They already told you they had an alliance with this dude. To one bad mother, what Microsoft is offering these developers is cloud. That's what they're offering. Yeah. And they're offering what's in the cloud is the AI algorithm. Right? And whatever pamphlet they give them assures them some form of comfort. And then in that pamphlet is an envelope that got a check inside. Stuff happens there, right? What goes under the table is not to be talked of above the table, right? So these deals is happening. The only reason why I can say that is because Kojima said the Xbox platform is the only platform that game that he's making for them, OP, I think it's OP, something like that, can be made. It can't be made anywhere else. So you have to say, what the hell are they doing that it can't be made anyplace else? Cloud and AI services, which they are the leader when it comes to those three, right? Nintendo is nowhere in the picture, and Sony is trying to shoehorn that into the PlayStation 5 Pro. And, they're on the ground floors with it. Microsoft is at an advantageous position in the marketplace, being a first-party developer, console maker, third-party developer that facilitates a platform that could reach across the masses. Now, when Phil said that he was reaching for $3 billion, and he's talking about cell phones, that stuff has actively possibly been achieved when you make deals with Samsung and your app pops up right next to Netflix, something that you didn't install, but that's already installed. Same thing with the televisions and stuff like that. It's a different process when you're trying to make those waves. So when you're giving your pitch to developers like a Square, and they're telling you, well, my financials, this fiscal period was this, how, if I put my game over there, will it be different? and you can give projections based off of your algorithms that this percentage of people will see your games, this percentage of people purchase, this is how we will market your game in the ecosystem, and we will give you front page billing when you come into the market page so they can see your game. And that there will resonate. So I think this is the reason why you see a lot of Eastern companies coming over, because they also know that they're on the front line when it comes to the speed and delivery of the cloud services and infrastructure that they have in their home country. Whereas here, we're behind technologically to Japan, to Korea, and all these other places that they're trying to reach. You have a way of talking to them when you can identify with what their structure is in their home world, well, in their homeland. So that's what they have, and that's what's available. What is so funny, Cog?
I was going to say, for more. Oh, go ahead.
Cog, you muted.
He said, I'm sorry, Jay's Tom was stupid. He said, Malcolm Xbox, PlayStation, get your head out my pocket. Hey, yo, that was a deep cut. We gonna move on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why it's crazy?
Yeah, but that's about it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We look, I'll make mine quick. I ain't got too much to add to this. Yeah, look, this. It just sucks for me because I got a whole bunch of half-eaten sandwiches on PlayStation 5, and I keep getting teased like this thing gonna happen, and I'm like, all right, I don't want to go all the way with Final Fantasy 16 because it might happen. I don't want to go all the way with Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, but it might happen. But I do think 16 seems to be the one that is probably gonna happen first, and Sony's probably got some wild level of exclusivity with contractually with the 7 remake series that's gonna take much longer. But 16 makes sense. We do know Square wasn't that happy necessarily. Overall, as a company right now, they're looking to reshift and refocus since the new CEO and stuff like that. So this makes sense to me. And unlike Addict, I like this mature Final Fantasy with what they call them, the dominance. The dominance. They like an arms race. Who's got how many dominants do you have? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my joy. That's taking it back to the Spartacus era. So I like it. And that demo on PlayStation sold me on that game. When I don't know if y'all played. I
thought the game was pretty decent.
I liked it. Now look, I get it. Addict's right. It's not the purest. It's not a Final Fantasy game to its core.
I like turn-based,
but I do like the joy. I was feeling it. It's mature to get their joy on. So yeah, I just want to know when they're gonna get the.
Just a game with some Final Fantasy characters in it.
they got them summons. I'm good.
But to be clear, I don't believe any rumors until I actually hear official word.
Yeah.
So, dudes, if anybody's sitting there talking about your king, you're not keeping the same energy.
Yeah, I feel that.
I'm asked a question on a panel on a show, and I gave my honest assessment on what I think, but I don't care about rumors until Square comes out and say this is fact.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, look, for me, this one I'm gonna roll with only for the simple fact that we did see Phil on stage with the Sony and the Square CEOs are like they're saying it. We're bringing more games to, whatever. So it's just a matter of time is when it's going to happen. So that's all I got on it. I'm just going to combine the last one because we are going along with it's crazy today. And this is the, actually, let me just make sure I didn't miss any super chats. It's just going to be fair to the super chats. So hold on 1 second. Make sure we good there. And then, we do got a few. All right. So we got Fonz. Yeah, with that. All right, we got
661 gifted 5 members.
Salute. Yes, thank you. Here we got Hero G, $5. Doesn't matter. If Sony gave us their games, we would play them day one on the Xbox, no complaints. We would not worry about Sony sales. Ecosystem wins. All right. Donald Taku with the $5 super chat. Don't compare Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, which is the best in the franchise and levels up what Zelda has always been, to that trash Final Fantasy 16 Addict.
Graphically, your game don't look the same. They not like us.
Taku, tell me what the best rated Zelda game is. Not those two games.
He said
spoiler alert.
Not those two.
Spoiler alert.
Not like us? Oh, man, you're coming from a base. All right. So we got this. We get to the final check. We got to get up out of here, man. This is crazy. All right. Dragon's Age is King's topic.
It's ocarina time, but continue.
Dragon's Age, yeah, they said in the chat. Dragon Age, the Veilguard gets official release date, trailer, and all the additions announced. So, yeah, they had that trailer jumping off, a little 3-minute long. And, yeah, we got that release date, October 31st.
Wing.
31st is outside, and then I don't know if King, you want me to talk about that. You sent me something about with the all the additions. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
No, you don't have to talk about all
yeah. So there's basically a lot of additions, and now one of the dominoes has fallen, King. We finally got that Dragon's Age release date. What is your thoughts? This is your topic.
Well, I think in the beginning I thought a Valve move because of Stalker 2. Buddy.
Taking my balls. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big DragonAge came in the building, threw the meat on the table. It was like the 31st, and he walked out like Michael Myers on the dude, like like Jason and all of them. He's like Freddy and all of them rolled up into one to a new RPG IP. To the detriment of Microsoft, that would have been suicide. Like it would have been ridiculous to expect that new IP to perform, regardless of the fact that it's inside Game Pass. What we have to really keep in our heads. So what is in Game Pass? There are people that don't have Game Pass that buy the game. It releases on PC. And this Xbox game is that, yeah, so what, I got it in Game Pass. I'm going to buy it anyway. So you're going to make them have a choice. This is what I told you about the poison pill. Don't make them have a choice between something that is beloved and something that is well-renowned and something that all gaming magazine is going to be talking about, especially if it rates high. Oh, my God. It's going to be plastered all over the place. Dragon Age this and Dragon Age that. Don't make them make a choice between a new IP they know nothing of.
I feel that.
Let that new IP live in a space where it can actually have a chance to win. Because I'm going to tell you,
Deliverance has something to say. Though they're trying to get a week apart now. They moved their joint. They moved their album close to Avowed. But you know,
yeah, well, you moved it away from Dragon Age, right? Yeah. You just like everybody else. Ain't nothing different. Good. You can squabble up over here with Avowed. But you damn sure wasn't knuckling up, dusting knuckles with your man Dragon Age. I don't care how far Dragon Age was going. Dude came out, gave you a date. When everybody else is being funny with their dates and don't want to tell you their dates,
that is true.
He came out and said, I don't care what you got going on. I'm coming out on the 31st, and if you're outside, I'm punching you in the face. And what Val said, oh, thank you. I'm out of here, sir. I want no smoke. And he went right over there. Kingdom Come Deliverance said, I'm with him. I'm going to be 2 weeks out from where he do his thing. We could do it over there. So, yeah, Dragon Age is the big bad in October, and he came out on the 31st, and that proved that's a joke with the developer. He the boogeyman. That's yeah. He the boogeyman, and if anybody moves in those weeks, don't come out. If you're RPG, don't come out that month. Because big Dragon Age outside. Stay away from that side. So that's what I think happened. I think Dragon Age they knew Dragon Age was coming out, and they said, "Yo, get a Valve up out of there. Put Stalker over there. Okay. Stalker ain't got nothing to do with what he got going on." I mean,
Xbox does have the marketing rights, right, for Dragon's Age, so they got to respect the partners, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt. Chris Move, do you agree with the Dragon's Age thing theory, or where you at with this release date, October 31st?
Yeah, I don't mind I don't care about Dragon Age, but I understand. I understand what Dragon Age is to the the industry and whatnot. October 31st, okay. That's my thing is like, okay, EA's dropping a big game at the end of October. You're dropping Call of Duty at the end of October. Where can Avowed fit, and where does Starfield expansion fit?
I'm hoping September
probably.
Please.
Yeah. So my thing is, right now we're about the last 2 weeks of August. Like, is it going to be September 6th again? Stalker's old date?
Because Stalker's now November.
Definitely.
Yes.
It might be Tuesday.
that expansion's definitely dropping. It's the release date's that if you go to the Gamescom whatever Keeley's thing's called, it is one of the games on his portfolio, so it is definitely going to be there.
Yeah, so my thing is like I think they should do it like obviously the anniversary, but remember Stalker 2 original date was Starfield's date last year,
but now Stalker's November 20th.
Now it's November, so if you get Starfield out September, I'm still bitter about it. I'm happy it's coming, but my thing is let's say if Indiana Jones is coming to PlayStation, right? It's just a regular old multi.
This is messing up Kid Smooth winter right now. He having a bad holiday right now. I see what's going on.
Could have just still came out if Indiana Jones is going to come out simultaneously on PlayStation. Because why else would it be? Because if you're going to announce it now, that means it's coming out day and date.
I mean, according to the reporting, it is just they're going to announce, but it'll have a future date. So Xbox will have their date, but let's just theoretically say
it wouldn't make sense to do that though. It's not needed. It's not even needed.
I feel you. I don't know how long ports take. I don't know if they were making the port at the same time.
They could literally have a PlayStation, what you call it? What's the little plus or the showcase that you have their little showcase in February, and that they have. Guess what's coming in March? Indiana Jones, right? And then if that's the case, then the Vow still could have came out on November 12th.
So you want a Vow to go head to head with Assassin's Creed Shadows on the same week?
People gotta stop the cap. I love Ubisoft. But the folks out here,
King is hating you as a businessman. Like King hates everything about your business acumen. He is shaking his head in disgust with every decision.
I sat down with him and told him business tips. We sat and talked for hours, and this guy looks at me with a blank stare like nothing was downloaded.
He the old you though, because your old you addict bit. He'd be like, King would be like, drop your album when they drop their album. Remember King always say that? King be like, drop your release date when they drop their release date.
That was
Kid Smooth is channeling the old King before he was ascended, when you was robbing and looting in the street, and you was gangbanging Xbox. That's the stuff you used to say. He's following your lead. Before you got the good word and all that Book of X stuff. And now
for context. For context, that was before the ABK deal. Excuse me. I no longer associate with those riffraffs.
I'm saying now all of a sudden, man got to buy with a Book of X, and now he talking different. Kiss Move is just only acting in the way you used to act. He want a vow to drop on their date and say what's up.
Turn the other cheek.
What we need is like a king up on a tower and like Smooth looking up on him.
I don't think Smooth don't like Ascended King. He want to rob and loot with King like they used to do back in the day, and he not feeling all this koofy King right now. He not about this.
Listen, Addict said I'm on a tower. No, my feet don't touch the ground. I'm in the clouds. And it's calculated by AI.
He's got the Sephiroth wing.
I don't understand. Name what game ever ran away from an Assassin's Creed release? Microsoft has like no one's ever ran away from Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed.
Ain't nobody ducking that fade. I told you who the boogeyman is. Ain't nobody ducking him.
But y'all acting like Assassin's Creed 8-day franchise like this. Obi, we know what Assassin's Creed do when it come outside. You can't take that for Ubi.
This one got a lot of stuff attached.
It got stuff attached to it, but you got to show. And as
he pulls up and he like I'm Assassin's Creed. He like, oh man, you don't look the same. What's up?
Don't do that.
You look like you got something.
Don't do that.
He like, nah, I'm the same.
There's a certain group that is really gonna go hard for this Assassin's Creed. To show a point.
Listen, they can prove any point they want, but I know the other group that's gonna make sure
there's a squabble, true. There's a squabble.
So it's kind of equal, bro.
It's cool. I don't care about that group.
I'm just saying.
I think Avowed should have kept that. You know, if they were targeting November 12th, targeted, it would have been. Avowed's in Game Pass. Assassin's Creed isn't. You know, people who want to buy it will buy it. We're competing for time. Everybody's competing for time. Hey, a new Netflix show might come out. Hey, it might delay somebody from starting up again.
Hey, Stranger Things might drop the same date. They gonna do what they try the same date.
So y'all remember when Kiss Smooth used to work for PlayStation, and he said, "Yo, Horizon Zero Dawn, our unknown IP. Let's throw that up against Breath of the Wild. How the hell did that work out for you? They said, hold my beer. Yo, Horizon Zero Dawn 2, let's throw that up against Elden Ring.
True, it did not work. Horizon is living proof. They've been catching fades all time. Every time they come outside, they get slapped.
Zelda, though. Assassin's Creed ain't no Zelda. Assassin's Creed.
This guy
the same
here.
3 million people will buy it. It's not like a industry taker. It's Ubisoft. It's like, okay, it comes. It goes. Now, I love Assassin's Creed, but I've never seen anyone run from Assassin's Creed.
We never seen a Valve fight. Ain't nobody seen this dude knuckle up with nobody.
Be respectful to Black Rock. Don't you do that. But you're right. You're right. We haven't seen
Well,
it.
yeah, listen, what you saying is you hope he got knuckles, right? But we know we know exactly what Assassin's Creed gonna bring.
Factual.
So the Assassin's Creed buyer knows what he gonna get. The Valve dude don't know what the hell he gonna get in that box. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you gonna get.
G-Funk in the chat laughing.
So,
listen, kid, you don't want that Assassin's Creed smoke, man. That's a tentpole franchise. That's like they Call of Duty single player. Don't do it, kid. Get your ego out of it. You got to duck that fate. You got to live to fight another day. Don't do a vow like that, bro. Come on.
So when do you drop Indiana Jones? Because
it's in December 13th.
I mean,
Xbox has nothing that's unique.
December 13th.
For the rest
December
of the year.
13th. December
now
13th.
this is where I'm.
December 13th.
Yes.
You kid is disgusting. Now this is where I'm gonna give Kid throw Kid a ball. Now, kid, hear me out. We gotta say, I do wish it was a little earlier because, to Kid's point, let's just say the rumors is true, and that the Indiana Jones comes out and say, yeah, no, December and PlayStation February, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing I don't like, also to Kid's point, is that Kid, you know, he want that top billing. He want when the Keighley's come out, he want to have like 4 titles that's Xbox. I know what Kid doing. He ain't slick. He want to have Game of the Year contenders that are Xbox games. He want to see Stalker 2 there. He want to see Avowed there. He want to see Indiana. He want to have that glorious year where it's multiple things from Xbox. And now with this, Indiana Jones, you know how Keighley do after November something.
Unless you're a PlayStation IP.
Oh, don't do that. After certain IPs don't make it. And then we know if it come out December, then you risk now not even being nominated next year. And for what we see, that Indiana Jones got that look. It got that Game of the Year, that Goldie kind of energy to it. We got to admit, the production value, look, you may have an issue with whether or not they went first person or third person, but you cannot deny the production value look like it's one of those. So I do feel him on that, King. Like, he want them to come outside. You know what I'm saying? So the Avowed is hurting them.
Listen, he's fighting this imaginary war because he positions himself around the individuals that are on opposition. And all day he's being battered, and I hear you, bro. But you decided to sit in those trenches. I'm going to tell you to put on your hard hat and your boots, pull them up, and strap in and have the fight that I told you to fight. Fight with the fighting points that they're winning. When they say console sales, you yell out MAUs. All right?
What is this, a playbook?
Yes.
What the hell is this?
All right? So
OBM almost passed out. Yo, what is this?
Every time they go at you and they told you, oh, we got this happening and that happening, you're going to tell them, I got a Fire Stick. Every time they tell you they got this and they got that, you tell them, I got Samsung television. You say, where you at? I don't see you outside. We all over the place.
Yo, when you get the good word, bro,
I'm just saying, I'm going to teach you how to fight. I'm going to teach you how to fight because your knuckle game is looking kind of crazy.
That
right
man
now.
got spiritual on him. Yo, he doing his 120. Yo, shower punch. King king doing his 120 right now.
King, I'm gonna be real with you. You teach Smooth a new arsenal. Weaponwood will definitely love you because he coming in there with the same stuff.
Bro, that man is in his lessons, man.
I told you I did the 120. I did the knowledge on the cipher.
You on that, your knowledge guard joint right now is crazy.
Knowledge,
your god body is ill,
right?
right?
Knowledge born cipher divine, man. You gotta go. You gotta elevate that.
What's today's lesson, God? When they say MAU.
Yo, if you was able to flip yourself inside out,
what's the lesson, God?
The universe.
It made up for all this right here. You the creator of all this, Kiss
You
Move.
creator all this, Kiss Move. Why are you allowing somebody to knock you off your game? I'm just saying.
He's ill. You the illest. Is no one can talk you out of no. You can sell water to a well. Ain't nobody. You the illest. All right. You today out of pocket. Anyway, I am done. Unless y'all got anything more to say with this topic, because we went crazy today. What else we got? Poll question. Then we get a out of here. Jesus, what a show.
Yeah,
all right.
I couldn't even talk about it.
Oh my fault.
yes,
I said what
that's
anybody
right.
else got to say. Last words. Let's get your balls off.
I'm gonna run out right quick, man.
right,
Thank
kid.
you guys, man.
Blessing, kid.
Blessing, kid.
Catch
You's a
you later,
funny
man.
dude.
Yo, use those knives and stuff I gave you. Yo, listen, I'm undefeated. They don't even come to my calling show. I'm undefeated.
Comes the Dragon Age. I was a huge fan of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I played a lot of the second one. I don't think I ever beat the second one. I played a lot of Dragon Age Inquisition. But I do think I'm gonna jump on Veilguard, whatever that game's called. Veilguard. There you go. The artwork seemed a little different, but I could vibe with it. You know, as long as the core Dragon Age, because I really want BioWare to have a W so bad.
Facts.
I want this game to come out and show that some form of that old BioWare is still there in some way, shape, or form. So hopefully we'll get that. I do think I am going to stream the first 3 between now and then, because I have 2 months to do it. Maybe stream a game a month, and Inquisition might take too long. I might just drop it.
Not for you.
It's a good point though. I mean, because like Andromeda, looked good. It played well, but it felt like generic off-brand Mass Effect, right?
That's that whole
and so I feel like if they figured out if they got back to the writing and the characters and the originality and the world building and like in the choices, like all of that is what makes it. And if they figure that out again, that game could be just massive, because I think people are wanting they're wanting them to make a comeback here. So but back to that point earlier, Matt Booty made the right decision pushing Avowed out to February. He doesn't care about the console war larpers. It's not that important, It's for a brand new IP for Obsidian, they really need a clear runway. And coming off of Shattered Space in September, Dragon Age in October. Not to mention, this is going to be like, for Microsoft, it's not really going to be about the old school, exclusive list wars. It's going to be about Game Pass having probably its biggest
with the cadence, baby.
Whether they can mention Game Pass or not, Call of Duty, everybody's going to be talking about this. This is the biggest Call of Duty this is the biggest Call of Duty in a long time, 4 years, and it's going to be day one in Game Pass.
Just for clarity, I wanted to clarify my statements. They can mention it. It's just not to the extent that we think. There are certain little restrictions, but that's the only problem.
That people keep
blowing it up,
asking for. They want them to be able to shout out on every commercial and all this other stuff and hand out pamphlets in the street. They can't do that.
Yeah, it's a certain thing.
But you know what? It's social media age. I mean, like, that's going to be all over the streets, anyways, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be a massive. It's going to take up so much space in people's minds in terms of what they even thinking about with Call of Duty, and then you got these time sinks and Dragon Age and Shattered Space aren't going to be games that people finish in 2 weeks either.
Yes.
Things play for a while. So
they're going to be trying to land on gas planets. I'm just saying.
Stop it.
I'm still bad.
Yeah, I mean they got a lot of videos to make.
Stop it.
Yeah, you study your lessons, guard.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm on my ding.
They're making videos of Starfield for months after finding every bad looking face in the galaxy.
Oh yeah, that was
they
wild.
got a lot of work to do.
That was wild.
More homework.
That was wild.
That's all.
No doubt. And like I said, excited. I'm glad. We one major domino fall. What happened?
I was gonna say.
Go do your thing. I hope everything all right.
Well, damn! Now that he left,
you was gonna say something.
I was gonna pull him into my foolishness, because unlike him, I haven't ascended. I'm still up for the smoke.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was gonna say, look, I like the 31st. Everything good, King? You good? You good? All right. Hopefully, King is good. Just want to make sure you good, son. You good? You good?
For me?
Yeah. Everything good?
Oh no, I was just going to get my advanced copy of the most anticipated PlayStation 5 game this year. It's crazy. It's the voice acting and everything is I was under NDA, but I'm breaking it, bro. I seen other dudes out here breaking NDAs, and I said, you know what?
What are we doing?
I'm about to do that today.
What are we doing?
So yeah, Until Dawn got that. Yeah, the game that's going to day and date the PC, and and all over the place. Like I said, we got that, and yeah, exclusive. I'm out of NDA. The game is cool.
Now you can talk about it.
That was totally a PS4 cover, but it continued.
Yeah, he messy.
Listen, stop.
Anyways, like I said, I'm glad that domino fell. Xbox had the marketing rights. You got to respect the partners. I'm with OBM. Move Avowed out there. They got the joint. Stalk Against the Brief. Curious about Indiana Jones. Obviously, we'll see what happens with that. And then for the game itself, I'm excited for it. Veilguard looked good for me. Not that first trailer. The actual gameplay trailer. That trailer looked good to me. Yeah. And I just want to make sure, because I beat Inquisition, and I want to make sure. I think Maddie told me my man from the other game should be in the game. You may meet him as a character. So I think that'll be dope. Crazy. And to like Addict said, I need this game to win. If this game wins, I get Mass Effect. So I need DragonAge to win. So that's why.
Yeah, because everything is riding on DragonAge.
Yeah. BioWare is in trouble. Like, I need them to win with this. So,
well, I might have a different kind of theory when it comes to that, because if it fails, then Microsoft will come in and buy them. But I'm just saying, because they do want to have all Western RPGs the way their lineup is looking.
But I kind of look at them as a shell of themselves.
We get the 10-hour trial, by the way, right? Like with Game Pass.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Another Game Pass game.
What? Well, it's technically not a Game Pass. Yeah, you're right. You get the 10-hour trial for an eventual Game Pass game that will be like, that 6 month year.
That's crazy. You said if I have Game Pass, the game that the Boogeyman that's coming out October 31st, I got 10 hours to play it.
Yes.
Do I gotta pay anything other than my subscription?
Nope. Just like College Football 25. That's what I did.
Play the whole game, you do.
Oh, that's crazy. Do they do that on PlayStation?
I think they might. I don't know.
EA Play on PlayStation.
They got EA Play, but I don't know what the parameters are. Chat can let us know. But anyway, that's it. You messy. Look, let's get this poll, get up out of here. With the latest rumor of a big Xbox game coming to PlayStation 5, what is your overall sentiment regarding ports going to other platforms? The choices are A, Xbox continues to devalue its own ecosystem. I'm fighting for Kiss Move and Attic on that one. B, Xbox value is Game Pass and dominating the future. King David answer. C, I only have a problem with tentpole franchises ported over. Or D, I don't care. When is that love coming back from Nintendo and PlayStation? Those are the choices. Go rock the vote when it goes out. Shout out to Kiss Move, and of course, shout out to OBM for doing the entire marathon today. Man got stamina. I didn't know if he's going to be able to hold up with all this foolishness today.
I can't believe I held off all my bathroom breaks, too.
Yeah.
That was the thing I was most worried about.
You ascended, bro. You're totally different. You no longer operate in the same space when you ascend. It's different, bro.
No doubt. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Well, first of all, Kyle, I wanted again thank you for inviting me. I told you a long time ago. Back when you guys were newer, before you had this massive audience. I thought you guys brought something special and something different to the table. Like the chemistry you guys have. Like when I would listen to you guys, I found you were one of the first gaming podcasts I ever listened to, and the thing that caught me is like it brought me back to like times when me and the guys were like crowded around a Sega Genesis, with some drinks on the weekend, going up to the bowling alley, playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, all that stuff. So it's it's awesome. It really is. It's you guys are one of the first ones I heard, and then saw you guys just build up over time, and it's an honor that you invited me, and it was a lot of fun too. So
much love, man.
Awesome time. Right now, everybody can just find me on Twitter, mother_1 MUTHA_ONE.
Nice.
Other things I'll be getting to that I won't want to talk about anymore.
All right, we cooking. I know you cooking.
I can figure out.
Okay.
Until I can figure out what my work schedule is going to let me do all that stuff.
All right.
Consistently. But yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No, I love, man. Appreciate the love, and it means a lot. You know, you obviously following us from early and seeing our journey and always showing love, always seeing the chat, I like seeing your engagement and obviously all the things that you've done in the community. I know you're about to bust a move, waiting for you to announce when you're ready. Yeah, I know it's that time. Yeah, I was a little thirsty. I thought I was going to get the exclusive. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to respect the NDA, the creative NDA. And when that go down, it's going to be crazy. He got a lot of stuff going on. I just like all your balance and your nuance. You always bring nuance to conversations and stuff we don't think about. So salute to you, no doubt. Let's get on Lord Ad. Actually, this is going to be super chat first. So you get the outros because there's still a couple more. I'll get the super chats. TG Bar with the £5 super chat. He said super entertaining and interesting back and forth between all of you. Good times. Much love. Shout out to Slow Mo backslap $5 super chat. Every Dragon Age is different in combat and art direction. It's a theme of the series. I'm hopefully on Veilguard. I'm with you, bro. Shout out to THX1138, $2 super chat. I found his wallet at a diner. One bad mother.
That's what inspired that, by the way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We know what that is. JD gave a $5 super chat. Why is Kingdom Come Deliverance trying to snipe Avowed? They say they got a hit on the street, kid.
You can come out and go against Big Avowed if you want. I'm gonna tell you right now. I think that dude knew that it could be a tough fight with Dragon Age, but they got a marketing deal, so they respect that dude. They ain't got no marketing deal with Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's on site.
It's on site.
It's on site. You know, and Avowed, he do pop out. He got magic and he got swords. Be careful with that dude.
See what happens. It is an interesting battle. JD Gamer with the last messy super chat. By the way, pathetic pork picking ponies still got no games. Messy to the very end. Oh, still Lloyd Metroid, $2 super chat. King, we gotta play Undisputed. We'll hit you up. The boxer joint.
Oh, definitely. Like I said, Fight Night Friday. Oh, I'm gonna get to me. Yeah, definitely. Yes.
No doubt. All right, Lord Addict, where can the 5 people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can also find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. This week I'm probably going to be finishing up Kenna. I'll probably go on to Dragon Age 1.
Ooh, taking it back. Nice.
Yeah, because I got to, if I want to finish these games, probably play like Dragon Age like 1 or 2 times a week because I am playing Fable 2 as well. Playing a lot of the older games because in my mind, it's a lot easier to make shorts on older games than newer games because there's so many people making content on the newer games. So we'll see how that goes out for a little bit. One thing, I don't know, like the redirecting on YouTube's been kind of like flickery here lately. Yeah. So before we end, I'm going to put the link that I'm redirecting in the chat too, on top of seeing at the redirect. Going to an up and comer I know. His name is Rex Starlin Live. Like he streams Final Fantasy stuff. So I think you guys will enjoy him. He's playing Final Fantasy 8 right now. So definitely go over there. Show him some love.
No doubt. Salute. And of course, the Ascendant one was in the building today. Doing his lessons, studying the good word, educating us on how to respond
Hit that like
to
button
the
too.
console war violence, man. You was really dropping gems for us, you know what I'm saying? I found out the inner Ascendant one in me because of you. So I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, for a good 15 seconds, man, I was there and I lost.
Where can the 5 people find you? Okay, what you got?
All right, first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for watching. I esteemed guests for showing up. One Bad Mother. It was really cool. Like, you brought up a lot of stuff and you gave me some thought-provoking questions that I had in my head that I was working out that I would have to rebuttal on certain things or have a conversation about. And that's what led to the interaction. I cannot wait to watch the podcast over. I'm going to have so much fun tonight. I think it's going to be dope. Kid Smooth. Love you to death, brother. Hold that coin in your pocket. Put it close to your heart. It'll help melt the mustard.
Oh, my Lord.
God, I know it was hard today. I apologize.
No, you good. I was interested. This is when I was like, damn, I miss so. I was running rough.
It was crazy. And Addict, I didn't call you doom and gloom per se. I had to said something doom and gloom or whatever, Jace. But I don't try to give you negative connotations because I love you.
Your community definitely will.
Oh no, listen. They gonna fight for me.
They gonna fight for me.
Listen, I I ain't swing, but there you go. They can do that.
They might beat you up.
Like, in the name of King, they might do some things. But yeah, Xbox Frontline News. You can catch me there. I drop videos daily. Friday's a live show I do with my son. That's Fight Night edition of Xbox Frontline, where we play the latest and greatest fighting games and multiplayer community games. Now, if you're a PlayStation dude, you hear me ribbing on you PlayStation dudes. I have a PlayStation, goofies. Okay, so I'm not one of those dudes that hate on something just for the sake of hating on it and don't have it. No, I talk from a position of what I have. All right. So I have a PlayStation, but we do play cross-play games, and you are more than welcome. If you're not doing anything on Friday, don't sit at home. Don't be alone. Come through, hang out, have some fun. You can join the Discord and, do some fighting games. If you don't even want to fight and you just want to have something to do other than worry about what's going on, if Xbox is porting games over here, or if what's going to happen in 7 years in hardware and stuff like that, you can come through and take your mind off of it, and you're going to have some fun because we're going to laugh and we're going to have a good time. Iron Lords is doing big things.
Yes, sir.
We plan to be everywhere. Like AI in a minute. We plan to do those things. And I met a new friend. He's a musician, a director, and he also has his own camera crew thing. So I'm in talks with him for the Iron Lords documentary stuff. It's going to be so much fun. Look out for that stuff.
No doubt. Again, salute everybody up in the chat. Seeing y'all coming through. A lot of love. Attic, you said we're going to send somebody over. What we doing?
Yeah, we're going to send you guys over to this person. Definitely go over there. Tell my ILP sent you. Hopefully the raid will work like it's supposed to. But I don't know. Things have been a little weird here with the raid.
No doubt. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We see y'all next week. We about here.
Peace. Gamescom. We're going to win.